I happened to watch that high jump too. Eve and I were watching that going, I mean,
well, I think it should be the
that's a
poll
great
question.
poll question. How do you,
I was watching it going, yeah, I think I'm taking the gold. Morning, everybody.
all right. The high jump was decided by a jump off. They could have shared the gold medal. Would you share a gold medal or jump it off until we had a winner? That makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's up. Look at that. We got poll questions up. It's funny. We got a text on the women's game, and I was saying this in the second half was at least better basketball. The first half was dreadful, David.
Mm-hmm.
It's some of the worst basketball I've ever watched in my life. It's a tie, Paula. We tied. If the high jumper takes the gold, we win. That's the ironic thing. All right, everybody. 20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday after the Olympics are over. First day of school for many in Florida. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great weekend. What are you going to do? You finally got used to watching the Olympics, talking about it, sitting on the couch with the special someone in your life. What are you going to do now? Huh? Mark, I'm looking at you. I'm talking to you. What are you going to do now?
You are, David. I'm well aware that you're talking to me. You talking to me? I don't know. The wife and I watched a lot of Olympics over the last 2 weeks.
Right.
I even let her put the closing ceremonies on the TV with volume, and as I was watching the golf on the other. So it was all in for the Miller family. So we will have to move on to something else. I don't think it will be baseball, but who knows, David? It was a hell of a sports day yesterday with the Olympics and a lot of other things going on. But you mentioned it. School starts today. So the Miller household was jumping this morning. I have left in the dark now since June. Every morning I get up, I do my thing. I make sure I'm as quiet as I can be. I have my cup of coffee, sitting at the table, reading usually the New York Post sports page, and then make my way into the studio in darkness, in silence. And this morning, wife was up early. Daughter said before she went to bed last night, make sure you get me up, Dad. First day of school. They are fired up and ready to go.
Now, I know we're on in Huntsville, Alabama, and school doesn't start for another week there. But for many places in Florida, school gets underway today. So be safe, be careful. Going to be a lot more traffic. All right. And also pay attention. You got to start stopping again. Got to start stopping again.
And slowing down.
Right.
Stopping and slowing down. Stopping for the buses, slowing down for the school zones. You were blasting through them all summer long. Now you got to slow it down.
So, although actually, I read somewhere where in Huntsville they've already started also. It's certain, depending on what district you're in and what have you. So Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Hey, I do have a question.
Okay.
Were they filming a scene for the next Mission Impossible? What that was different. And Tom Cruise, listen, we like him. We give him the benefit of the doubt. He's a little strange.
He's a wackadoodle.
But we like him. We like him in movies. We do.
Absolutely. You and I can separate the person from the actor and go, hey, he's a really great actor. I don't necessarily agree with this, or this.
Right. But listen, for those of you that ever doubted whether or not he does his own stunts, he's in his 60s, isn't he?
He's 62, I believe.
Would you do that?
David, not on your life.
I'm like, man, boy, they can do something with these angles because it looks like he's on top of the stadium. Oh, son of a gun, he is.
That is one. He's a tough son of a gun for a little guy.
And so, what's that to, symbolic, right? This Olympics is ending and then Tom's now taking it and he's going to keep flying to Los Angeles. Right?
Right.
Okay. But man, that was some visual. Hey, have you guys tested these cables out? That's the other thing. Did they do a dress rehearsal? How do you do that? You got to clear the stadium, right? They were competing for 2 weeks. How do you man, would you do that cold? Whew. You guys have tested this out, right? Whew. Man.
Then from a little Hollywood to a little LA music with a little Chili Peppers, a little Billie Eilish, and a little Snoop and Dr. Dre, man. Nothing says Olympic spirit quite like Dr. Dre.
Ah. So anyway, it's over. We won the total medal count by a bunch. But we ended up tied for gold.
And David, we could have won gold.
Yes.
But just based on one person's decision.
Right.
Because I don't know if the listeners were watching. I know that you were. I was. The high jump, which we hadn't medaled in a while. U.S. high jumper sets his personal best in the Olympics, which is always great to see. The biggest event, the biggest crowd, the most pressure, and you get your personal best. And he's tied for the gold. And they run out of, they both miss the next height 3 times, so they're done. And they could share the medal.
Yes.
And they decide to jump it off.
So this guy Kerr from New Zealand and McEwen from the United States. And if they had decided, what do you say, which they in the past, apparently, and in fact, I think in the last Summer Olympics, there was a tie for the gold. And after they each, you have to try one more time at the last height that you both missed. You get 3 shots at it. Okay. You have to, by rule, both take one more shot at it. If you miss, you then get to decide, do we share this sucker or do we start working our way down? You know, and they basically keep lowering it an inch. And these two decided, no, we're not going to share. We're going to keep going. And McEwen said afterwards, come on, we're competitors. All right. You know, you just, that's no way to win a gold medal. Mark, I got to be honest. I'm taking the gold.
And David, this isn't shtick. As my wife and I are watching it together, I said out loud, I'd jump it off. I think I'd jump it off. And that we're having this discussion on the couch, watching the high jump, and which she didn't know. She's like, I have no idea what I'd do. And I'm like, I think I'd jump it off.
And I think
I
would have
applauded them for jumping it off.
Yeah.
So I can't back down and say anything differently now. But when it ends up being 40-40 in golds, and this medal would have given the U.S. 41 over China's 40, wow.
See, here's why I think I would have said, I'll split the gold, is because at the end of the day, the gold medal is a gold medal. You get to say, I'm a gold medalist. You get to walk around with the sucker. And they don't put an asterisk next to it, if you will. Although, quick sidebar, did you by chance see any of the U.S. women's amateur final?
I did not. I ended up watching the other golf.
Right. The American who finished second, who apparently the same two who played in the amateur final competed in the junior amateur final.
Right.
Okay. The American who got beat both times, her first name, I guess it's her last name, but she goes by it, is asterisk. I'm not making that up. It's apparently her middle name, but that's what she goes by.
Wow.
I know.
Huh. Okay.
That's a whole discussion in and of itself. But back to the high jump. I think my first reaction was, I think I'm going to ask him, you okay with splitting this?
And I, right from the get-go, was fine with what I said, jump it off. And I thought as competitors it was great that they jumped it off. Felt badly for the U.S. guy who ends up with silver.
Right. And he said he was fine with it. He said, hey, come on, you come here to compete. And, apparently those two guys had been like the best throughout the indoor season and what have you. And okay, great. So I think it should be the poll question.
It is the poll question.
Oh, well,
We're on top. Hey, we're ready for a Monday. If school's starting, we've got to have our ducks in a row, David.
wow. I'm impressed. So how'd you word it?
High jump was decided by a jump off. They could have shared the gold medal. Would you have shared a gold medal or jump it off until we had a winner?
Okay. Well, I'm going to, I will then vote share because that was my first reaction. Kind of like, I came here to get a gold. I go home with a gold. But, and here's another reason why, and it very rarely happens, but if you run a race and you finish in a dead heat, they hand out 2 golds or 2 silvers or 2 bronzes. So why can't we do it in the high jump?
And that's a fair point.
You know, it's not like they'd say, okay, you two, the race, you won the bronze. All right, you, Mark, you, David, race again. The winner gold, the second gets silver.
And considering we had a 100-yard or 100-meter dash that was cited by 1/1000th of a second, I believe the women's 100 hurdles were decided by hundreds of seconds as well. I mean, we could have had dead heats in those races as well.
So it's happened in swimming. So that's why I would have been okay with it. But your gut said no. I would have kept jumping. All right, good for you, by the way. You know, I mean, you can take your shots at me. You know, you're not much of a competitor, Moulton. You know, you're soft. You know,
No, there's something to be said for a gold medal, though. I get it.
that's.
I mean, it's it's not the silver; it's the gold medal.
Right. Gold. I came here to win gold. You're saying if we shake hands right now, I walk out of here with gold? Where's your hand? Give me your hand. Where are you going? What do you mean? Now get over here. Shake my hand. I mean, what are you, Matt Kuchar? What are you coming back tomorrow? We'll get to that.
Nance with one of the best lines ever. I don't think anybody will be here to cover this tomorrow morning.
Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is 25 minutes away.
What the?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
So, David, I think you, as a huge fan of fast food, should go as one of the McDonald Land characters on Bourbon Street after the game. I'm thinking Grimace.
Well, I've got the body type, the big round face. I was always a big fan.
I mean, you're more of a Hamburglar by nature, but body type, you're more of a Grimace.
I like it. So you want me to drag this costume into the Ritz-Carlton in New Orleans?
I want you to wear it in the booth, but I don't think that'll go over well. I think if you walked up as Grimace and stood next to Aikman in the booth, I think he'd fire you on the spot. And I don't think Buck would be able to do the broadcast. He'd laugh for 3 straight hours.
Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, that was the darndest thing. That was supposed to be a commercial.
I
And
know.
I put it in again. If it does it again, I don't know what to do because it's a new spot. And it says one thing and it played another. I don't get what just happened.
What was the spot supposed to be?
The sleep treatment direct spot.
So did the other commercials run?
I ran one Diamond District, but I had to take out 130 because that was a
Sure.
60.
Right. Right, Jake, they both made it, and then it was like 7, 8 3/4, I think they made, and then they had tried 7, 9 3/4, and they missed, and then they kept working their way down. They both missed at 7, 8 3/4 again, and then the New Zealand guy made 7, 7 3/4, I think it was.
That was really strange. Did everything right this morning. I thought, not going to be happy if this doesn't work to the next spot. No, guys, a lot of rookie quarterbacks showed a little bit. I know it's preseason, but get people excited.
It's funny, the throw that McCarthy made that he hung in there as he was about to be drilled. He made that exact throw. The only game I saw Michigan in person last year, he made that exact throw. And it was one of those in which he made it where you all kind of looked at one another like, that's an NFL throw. And I think Stones actually had made his mark in the Olympics in Munich. That's how big track and field was in the 60s and 70s. If you starred in track and field, ABC put you in the, you started making appearances on talk shows and
Battle of the Network Stars.
Yep. Yeah, Sonny, when they had that shot down the balance beam there and she looked right into the camera and she winked.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend. And thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Remember, millerandmoulton.com is the only way you can sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, and that sucker's 8 days away. That's Tuesday the 20th, 7 o'clock. It's a heck of an opportunity. One of the best in the country at fantasy sports, Dr. Roto, will be in the building answering all your questions. More than that, he'll tell you who he's going to play, how he's going to draft, and he'll give you effective strategy, Mark, for you to use throughout the season.
And his cheat sheet, his draft sheet, his tiered players lined up. You'll walk out with how Dr. Roto, how he ranks the players. Every different fantasy thing has them, but you'll get not only his rankings, but why. His sleepers, why. His rookies, why. And I think the rookie part of the draft now is so much more important than it's ever been. These guys are making impacts. And if you have the right rookies on your team, figuring out which guys to draft when makes a big difference.
So MillerMoulton.com. It's a week from tomorrow night. It's in Fort Myers. It's at the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Shoeless Joe's, the refurbished Shoeless Joe's. See, when they switched from a Crown Plaza to a Doubletree, they painted a few things, knocked down this, put up that. So anyway, it'll be good to be back at Shoeless Joe's a week from tomorrow night. MillerMoulton.com. Sign up. Hope to see you there. Magic numbers, by the way, for football. If it's 8 for the Fantasy Football Summit, it's 12 till Florida State, Georgia Tech. 12. 19 days away, less than 3 weeks to the first big college football Saturday. 3 weeks from Thursday, man. 24 days, Ravens and Chiefs. And not only that, Mark, I mean, it's 25 to Eagles and Packers. It's 27 until the first Sunday of the NFL when most everyone's playing. And even 4 weeks tonight is Monday Night Football. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers and the Jets can make it through this one when they're in San Francisco. I mean, how about that? I mean, there's no 30s anymore. We're in the teens and the 20s.
We've made it. I mean, we really have. At this point, we've made it.
I think so. I mean, because now, everybody's played a preseason game, right? After yesterday?
Yes.
And so, I don't know what the text line looks like at 21,000, but in the Twitch chat room, it's, did you see Bo Nix? Oh, how about that throw J.J. McCarthy made? Oh, I don't know. They may move on from Cousins quickly. How about that Penix kid? So, they just hope, Mark, hope, winning or hope. That's what you got to provide. And for many of the young quarterback, apparently, scratching the surface like a lottery scratch off, there is hope that that's a winning ticket.
Text line is already all over me. Miller, you go there to win a gold medal. You have a gold medal in hand, you take it. You don't jump it off, competitor or not. You got what you came for. Take it.
Now, see, I have to admit, I thought people would come after me. I don't know how you come after you. Yours is the macho, if you will, response. Just stick your chest out. Come on, you got to win it fair and square. We don't shake hands and agree to a tie.
Well, there you go. It's a tie.
Yeah, but it's a tie for the gold. It's not like an NHL tie. I'm just saying.
It's more like an NFL tie. It's half of a win.
Yes. Only it's a big tie. Did that tie help or hurt you? Oh, it helped. It helped.
Talking about the high jump competition in case you missed it in the Olympics. They ended up tying jumper from New Zealand and a jumper from the USA. So they decided instead of sharing the gold medal to jump it off, and the U.S. jumper ended up getting silver, which matters if you're like me and keep track of who wins the most gold medals, because we tied in that 40 apiece with China.
By the way, how about if I say to you, listen, I know it's a tie, but they won 7 of their 40 golds in badminton and ping pong.
They're really good at that.
Yes, they are. I'm just saying, so does that, I mean, come on. It's not like they're out there
I don't know how
outrunning
many
us.
did we win in skateboarding and breakdancing.
Yeah. Well, okay. Quick sidebar. How do we feel about breakdancing in the Olympics?
Get it out now.
Thank you. That's where I am. How old does
Very
that make?
talented individuals.
It
Very
is.
hard. I'm not even trying to say that what they do is not incredible. It's not an Olympic event. It's a dance-off.
Yeah.
Where's Danny Terrio?
I know. I feel like if I could see it 8:00 on Tuesdays on the CW, it shouldn't be in the Olympics. Maybe that's, I don't know. My wife said, "You've never sounded older."
Okay, I'll live with that.
I will too. Sometimes I'm okay with it. At least one other thing on the Olympics before we put these suckers to bed. How about this little bronze medal in the floor exercise controversy we got going on?
For those that don't know, Jordan Childs had appealed her score. Her score was then reassessed, giving her the bronze medal in the floor exercise. She got bronze. Turns out the appeal has to be done within a certain time.
1 minute.
They did it in 1 minute and 4 seconds, apparently.
That's according to the Court of Arbitration for Sport concluded that the U.S. coaches took 64 seconds before they went to the scores table and said, I think you made a mistake. You counted that as a certain degree of difficulty. It was actually harder. They went back, looked at the tape, and said, I'll be darned, you're right, which gave her an additional 1/10 of a point. That point moved her from 5th to 3rd. So the Romanian gymnast, who was originally, when the scores went up, she thought she had won the bronze medal, which I think, by the way, not only would have been her first medal, I think it was the only medal that Romania gymnastics won in the entire Olympics. And then a few minutes later, they moved Childs up to 3rd. The Romanian gymnast was in tears. They do the ceremony. Childs is the bronze. Okay. And Childs has gone home. She's gone. She's got her medals. They've done the ceremony. 3 days later, 5 days later, they come out and they go, yeah, you guys took 64 seconds. You're only allowed 60. You got to give the bronze back. So they're not disputing, by the way, that the incorrect score was made correct. They're just saying that it wasn't, we didn't notify the scorers table fast enough, so we have to go back to the incorrect score.
That makes a lot of sense.
Now the U.S.
This has got to be your version, David, of not signing the scorecard in the right area.
Oh, my God. Tell me this isn't golf. Please tell me this is not golf in a scorecard. And then you had, I don't know if the rule's still on the books, but you had 15 minutes and you had to score it in the official scoring area. And Michelle Wee signed her card outside of the scoring area and got disqualified. She was like in the final group on Sunday, and they disqualified her because she signed the card 4 feet outside the roped area. Who cares if she signs it in the porta potty? Anyway, so here, but Mark, here's where it gets even more interesting. The U.S. goes, what are you talking about? We got video. It's time-stamped. We first talked to this judge at 47 seconds, and then we talked to this one at 55. It's right here. It's time-stamped. How'd you get a minute 4?
So the U.S. has now appealed, and this controversy is still, I guess, ongoing.
Yeah, but they want Childs to give the bronze medal back. She's already home with it. I don't know about you. I ain't mailing that sucker back. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, that's great. That time it just played 30 blank seconds, so I don't know what the hell happened. Well, that really disappoints me.
Did it play 30 blank seconds when they should have played that one
Commercial.
spot?
Yeah. It just didn't play anything. I thought I did everything right. I didn't. No, you didn't, Adam. You didn't hear one of them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 21,000 is the text line. You know that. We've had to change things up now that this show is 100% O&O by Miller and Moulton, so you may need a new keyword. Keyword is Miller. Very simple, easy to spell, Miller. So if you haven't put in the new keyword, you need to. Then we can start seeing your texts again at 21,000. You only have to do it once. Make sure you sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit at millerandmoulton.com. It's a week from tomorrow. Right now, it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
I feel like it's the closing credits of a 70s TV drama, like a Beretta.
The cop show?
Yeah. You know, hey, who was that guy who guest starred in the Rockford Files, and you're watching the closing credits? That's what I feel like that new music is. No? I like it. Don't get me wrong. I love my 70s dramas.
It gets a little movement out of you every morning.
That's true. I mean, the Tookus is still firmly in the chair, but everything else is
shoulders are moving, heads bobbing.
Oh yeah, head, shoulders, arms. Oh yeah.
Might
so
even
the
snap
Olympics,
a finger or two.
The Olympics are over. We ended up with 126 medals. 40 gold, 44 silver, 42 bronze. They're still fighting over the Jordan Childs bronze in the floor exercise, whether or not, and that's not counting that, by the way. We could go up one. We finished tied with China in gold medals with 40. The 40th mark, we haven't talked about it. Women's basketball, our 8th straight gold medal, but whew, we nearly screwed that sucker up.
The first half of that game set women's basketball back. Second half was much better. That first half of that game was dreadful basketball. Don't tell me it was defense. They were throwing it all over. They were missing layups. It was bad basketball.
So that Arike Ogunmawale, Caitlin Clark, okay, Angel Reese, all left off the team watching that first half. Woo! By the way, what was that coach doing? So was she aware she had Sabrina Ionescu, who nearly beat Steph Curry in a three-point shooting contest earlier this year, on her bench?
Well, not to mention, I know nobody likes her, but Brittany Griner comes in the first half, knocks down a couple of shots, was unguardable by the French. Let's get her right out of the game. Thought it was everything about what the U.S. did in that first half was awful.
I mean, for as much grief as Steve Kerr got along the men's journey. By the way, did you see the stat? Jason Tatum did not hit a jump shot the whole Olympics. The guy he kept benching apparently was terrible. But of course, people are blaming Steve Kerr for him being terrible. He didn't hit a jump shot the whole 6 games.
How many did he take?
Well, A few.
I mean, what was he, 0 for 4? I mean,
No, he missed like 18 jumpers.
All right.
From 5 feet to 3-point, nothing. Didn't make a jump shot. Only time he scored, dunks, layups, and free throws. That's it. Just saying. Baseball. So the Rays beat the Orioles to avoid getting swept 2-1, and then the Yankees got 2 homers from Juan Soto and beat Texas 8-7. That means the Yanks and the Orioles are back tied for first in the AL East. By the way, the big 4-game showdown in the Twin Cities, Twins swept the double dip on Friday, only to have Cleveland come back and win Saturday and yesterday. 5-3 was the final yesterday. So the Guardians back up by 3.5 in the Central. The West remains tied, Mark, in the American League. Houston, they've won 5 in a row. They swept Boston 10-2, and the Red Sox have lost 4 in a row. Meanwhile, Seattle swept the Mets. Mets scored 1 run in 3 games. Seattle whooped them 12-1 yesterday. Mariners, Astros remain tied for first. So the Braves had an 8-2 lead in the bottom of the 8th in Colorado. Rockies didn't even need the 9th inning. They scored 7 in the 8th and won it 9-8. Man, that's when things are going bad. And yet the Braves still are the 6th seed in the National League by a half a game over the Mets, like a game and a half over the Giants and the Cardinals. Phillies and Braves have been the 2 worst teams record-wise in the National League since the All-Star break. And the Phillies lost 3 out of 4 in Arizona. Diamondbacks beat them 12-5. Padres finally lost. Have you seen the ways the Padres have been winning games? They have more 8th and 9th inning comebacks. It's remarkable. Finally, Miami held them off yesterday 7-6 to snap their 7-game winning streak. Dodgers beat the Pirates, swept the Pirates. Pirates, disastrous week. They're done. Put a fork in them. And so with the Dodgers winning, Padres losing, San Diego and Arizona are both 3.5 back of the Dodgers in the West, who just lost another pitcher for the year for Tommy John surgery. Young kid, made 4 starts. Unbelievable. Our Reds beat the Brewers, Mark, 4-3, but the Brewers lead in the Central 7.5. And the Giants finally lost. Detroit beat them 5-4. They're a game and a half out of the final playoff spot. Oakland doubled up Toronto 8-4. Angels 6-4 over the Nats. Nobody cares about that. All right, NASCAR. I'm going to ask you a serious question. Well, 2 of them. First off, did you see the race?
Yes, I did. Well, I saw the last 50 laps.
Okay, well, that's good. That's fine. They were at Richmond, by the way, after 2 weeks off with the good old boys yesterday. 4 races left in the playoffs. Well, now after Richmond, there's 3. So Austin Dillon won. He won by flat out wrecking 2 drivers on the final lap. It didn't pull any punches. Didn't deny it afterwards. Said, don't know what to tell you. I was 32nd in the points. It's the only way I'm going to get in the playoffs. I hate to have to do it that way. But, yeah, I wrecked him. Don't you have to take the win away?
David, I'm not a NASCAR aficionado, so I don't know. They obviously make the rules up as they go along, as far as I've been able to tell. They won't.
Well, they haven't yet. Apparently, they're talking about it.
And give it to whom?
Well, that's a good one. Technically, Denny Hamlin finished second. He was the second guy that Dillon wrecked.
Okay, I thought Hamlin finished a little further back than that. I guess I was wrong.
No, they redid it. Okay. What they originally announced, they ended up revising it, an hour or so later.
Gotcha. All right.
But I'm just asking you, and we got a lot of NASCAR fans listening. Should you be allowed to just flat wreck guys to win? Because that's what Austin Dillon did.
Didn't Dale do that?
Well, he did.
Okay.
So
it was okay then. It's not okay now. We changed. I'm just asking, David.
Well,
because we hold this guy in the highest regard of any driver for all the reasons that we should. But he wrecked people to win. That's exactly what happened yesterday.
There's 2 occasions that he did. 2 famous occasions that he definitely did. Yes, and it is ironic Okay. What car was Austin Dillon driving yesterday? The 3 car.
Damn right.
But, I mean, Mark, sports evolve. Okay. Sometimes they evolve and we don't like how they evolve. I'm just asking the question. It's a very simple question. Should you be allowed to intentionally wreck people to win a race? Yes or no?
David, I'm not trying to dodge this. I don't know enough about this sport. I thought that's what you were supposed to do. So to me, it's yes.
Okay.
Watching it as a novice fan last night, I was like, this is great. And then Dillon gives his post-game interview in which he thanks God and his wife and his baby, and he's holding his baby. They go right to Logano. Logano drops a chicken blank over the air. Now, it's USA. It doesn't matter. But he swears right off the bat, calls him chicken blank to start with, then says it's total BS. He's over there praising God while he's wrecking people. It's a joke. And then they asked Logano, are you going to do anything about it with the playoffs upcoming? And he looks twice. He goes, we'll see.
Right. Well, because the funny thing is he can get punished if he says, oh, yeah, I'm going to wreck him, and then he wrecks him, he'll get punished. But it's okay if you're the first one to put him into the wall. It's a simple question. Should you be allowed to intentionally wreck a car to win a race? Because there's no doubt about it, Austin Dillon intentionally wrecked 2 cars on the final lap to win, and he admitted it. He said, I didn't mean to wreck Denny there. That's unfortunate. But he flat out admitted, oh, yeah, I took out Logano. I had to. Otherwise, I wouldn't have won. I'm 32nd in the points. The only way to make the playoff. Speaking of which, our guy Ross Chastain is out as of today. Bubba Wallace has moved into the final playoff spot. All right, 3 points ahead of Chastain and Chris Buescher.
I thought Ross might wreck Wallace on the last lap to take him out and get a few extra points. I'm like, that's Ross's style. It's how he races.
3 races left, okay, to decide who makes the playoffs. 13 guys have won races, so there's only 3 wild card spots right now. In golf, Aaron Rai shot a bogey-free 664 to win the Wyndham by 2, his first PGA Tour win. Lydia Ko ended up winning the women's gold medal. 3 Olympics with golf back in it. She's won a gold, a silver, and a bronze in all 3. She also, by winning the gold, accumulated enough points. The LPGA Hall of Fame has a strict point system. And you get a point for winning the gold medal. She was a point shy of getting entry into the Hall of Fame. So Lydia Ko is now officially a Hall of Famer. So there. Finally, NFL preseason. Mark, what's the only thing that counts in football in August?
The injuries.
Detroit backup quarterback Hendon Hooker with a concussion. Lions apparently in the market for a new backup quarterback. Giants backup Drew Lock, hip injury. He's out a couple weeks. One wonders if Tommy Cutlets is going to have to be the backup to Daniel Jones. Falcons and Dolphins both lose backup offensive tackles for the season with knee injuries. And Jags with an interesting signing over the weekend. Safety Tashawn Gibson suspended the first 6 games of the year for PEDs. Yeah, they signed him. 34-year-old safety. And they're like, yeah, we know he's not eligible to nearly November, but that's okay. We like him. So 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5.
5 big stories you need to know.
Yeah, that we don't have an ending anymore.
Yeah, I got to get used to that.
I know. Takes time, David. All these things do.
Now, listen, our poll question's about the high jump. And the 2 guys finished tied. And they had to decide, do they each get gold medals or do you go to a jump off? And they decided, let's jump it off. And the American finished second. And we're asking you, if you were one of the high jumpers, would you have shook hands and, taken the gold? Or would you have said, come on, man, no, we got to jump this off? Mark said, "Come on, man, we got to jump this off." And I said, "I think I'd take the gold. I don't care that you have one also."
Racing texters are already out after me, David. Didn't
Why?
take long for the NASCAR texters to come after me.
Why?
I think you shouldn't be able to wreck them if you're behind them, if you're side by side rubbing is racing. No, if you do not punish it, you end up with a very high-class demolition derby.
Well, that's what NASCAR has to decide, though. I mean, they really do. Because if they allow this, I mean, seriously, this is blatant. The guy admitted doing it. I mean, that's why, to me, this is different. You know, like Earnhardt, when he wrecked Terry, was it Labonte? I think it was at Bristol back in the day. And it was, a blatant, you got to be kidding me, Dale. You can't win a race that way. I mean, they booed Earnhardt in victory lane at Bristol. That's how bad it was. And he just, sheepishly was like, man, stuff happens. And NASCAR didn't take the win away.
So most of the race people are saying they should take the win away. That's the early vibe on that one. If you watched it last night, Austin Dillon gets the win by taking out both Logano and Hamlin on the final lap.
See, I thought the racing folks would have been on your side. They would have been, come on, this is how we do it. Moulton, toughen up, suck it up, you wuss. Look at you. You want to jump off? You want to be able to wreck them? I mean, you're just, what are you, Schwarzenegger? I mean, man, you are just sticking that big barrel chest out today. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm going to make a prediction when we come back.
Okay.
How's that for a tease?
Just glad the show opens at 01 this hour. I don't know what happened on Friday. I don't. I got to get a hold of Arrakis today and see if I can get some training.
Irish football. I don't know if Trent could help us with this one.
He doesn't know what he's doing either. He helps me a little bit. Other than I did what I was supposed to put that spot in everything. It's got a 30 there. The spot's got a color. Everything's there the way it's supposed to be.
Remember, the air is human, but to really things up, you need a computer.
I think I had heat exhaustion on Saturday. I played golf and got sick between nines. Like,
not enough water.
Honestly, it might have been too much water.
Huh.
It was weird. Got beat by a girl. Husband and wife kicked the crap out of me and the club champ. I mean, kicked the crap out of me. She was good.
Straight up or strokes involved?
Well, she and I both had the same handicap. They both had the same. Well, my partner's a +1. He was a 1. And we're both 8s. And she would have beat me by 10 shots on Saturday. I think.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend throughout Florida. Schools get underway today, so be careful. Slow down. A lot more cars on the road. Got the buses, you got the kids, you got a lot more stopping. Slowing down. Just be careful, it's going to take this week to get adjusted again. So let's make sure, nothing really bad happens out there. That's all. Give yourself a little extra time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Go there, sign up for the Floor Maestros Fantasy Football Summit. It's a week from tomorrow night, the 20th, at Shoeless Joe's, the Doubletree, and the Bell Tower Shops. Okay, I'm going to make a prediction. I think it's fairly bold because I don't think it's ever happened before. I think NASCAR is going to take the win away. And here's why. There's audio of his spotter. And by his, I mean Austin Dillon. There's audio of the spotter yelling, "Wreck 'em!" Here's NASCAR's Elton Sawyer. Our sport has been a contact sport for a long time. We always hear, where's the line? And did someone cross it? I would say that last lap, it's awfully close to the line. We'll take a look at all the available resources from audio to video. We'll listen to the spotter. We'll listen to the crew chief and drivers. And if anything rises to a level that we feel like we need to penalize, then we'll do that on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
On Tuesday. Apparently today will be the day.
Today's an off day?
Well, they review the evidence today.
Okay, review the evidence. Give us an answer.
Well, they're taking the Matt Kuchar approach.
Wow.
Can we combine the two right now?
Well, it's funny you say that, David, because we got a great text. 21,000 is the text line, by the way. If you've not texted the show, the keyword is Miller. And this is a brand new texter who comes up high heat, David, and I love it.
Cool.
Bigger a-hole moment. Dillon wrecking guys to win, or Matt Kuchar not finishing his round, making everybody come back today?
For those that didn't watch or don't know, so, Thursday, the golf tournament this week was in North Carolina. Well, with Tropical Storm Debbie, they didn't play golf on Thursday, and they had to do lift, clean, and place all weekend. I mean, the course was a soggy mess. Literally, there was a guy yesterday who played 39 holes. He finished up his second round at 7:30 in the morning, started his third round at 8:30 in the morning. Finished fifth, by the way. And then took a private plane to Minneapolis because he has to try to qualify for the U.S. Amateur today. I think he should do pretty well. He's got 3 top 10 finishes on the PGA Tour. I think he should make the match play in the Amateur, but that's a whole other story. So
he doesn't. It really says something about the field at the U.S. Amateur.
You got that right. So anyway, Matt Kuchar, 46 years old. He's an old guy, hits it short compared to everybody else. Okay, but you know what Matt Kuchar's good at doing, Mark, is what?
Cashing checks, David.
Boy, does he ever. Nobody finishes between 7th and 12th quite like Matt Kuchar.
Not this year, but throughout his career, and as Matt's getting older, he's not able to do it. And this, when he was leading, it was really his only way to get into the FedEx playoffs. So he's out of the playoff. He's done. This is his last round of the golf year.
Correct. He's done. Right. So he's got to play 36 yesterday. And at one point, he actually had a 3-shot lead at around noon yesterday, but he fell apart. And so he's like, 12th? Something like that? I don't know.
Whatever.
Anyway, they're fighting to finish before darkness. Nobody wants to come back at 8 a.m. today and play one hole. Kuchar's in the last group. Kuchar,
and Birdie's, by the way, Birdie's 17 to tee off first on 18.
Right.
Where he proceeds to hit into the group in front of him.
Right.
They have not cleared the fairway, and Kuchar tees off. Basically, as you're watching it going, man, Kuchar really wants to get the hell out of there today.
Exactly. That was the conclusion. We're like, well, they want to finish. And even if they hit into the group in front of them. Now, the guy in the group in front of him in the fairways leading by one of Kuchar's playing partners is the guy 1 shot back. He just blew a 4-shot lead. He made a quad and a double. Guy 3-putted from 4 feet. It's a mess. So I thought, and I don't know if I would have said it if I was broadcasting because you don't want to be wrong, but I thought Kuchar, that tee shot, Mark, was a horrible swing.
It was a horrible swing.
And I thought he hurt himself. I thought like, oh, to me, it looked like a guy with a bad back swing. And I went, oh, did he aggravate something there? And when a few minutes later we find out Kuchar's not going to hit another shot today, I'm thinking, well, does he need to go and get a massage and get worked on? Because, you're playing for money here. If he withdraws, he doesn't get a dime. If he finishes out, he's probably going to make between $100,000 and $200,000. But it turns out the Golf Channel, Todd Lewis, catches up to Kuchar after the round and says, hey, why'd you do what you did? And he said, because we rushed the last couple holes and it cost my playing partner the win. And I wanted to show him that in the future, just mark it and you can finish later. Meanwhile, that guy that he wanted to teach a lesson to finished.
Correct.
Par on the last 2 holes. Lost by 2. Huh. Okay.
After the winner makes a great birdie on 18.
Right.
I mean, hits an unbelievable 6-iron to 5.5 feet and makes the putt.
So Kuchar said he was doing it to teach the 29-year-old rookie a lesson so that next time he slows down. Kuchar said he 3-putted from 4 feet because we shouldn't have been playing. It was too dark. Meanwhile, when he 3-putted from 4 feet, it was at least 20 minutes earlier than when they stopped play yesterday, meaning the day before. So that's Kuchar's story, and he's sticking to it. He was trying to teach the young kid a lesson who just cost himself a win rushing to finish, and I hope next time he'll slow down.
I could argue the cart path cost him a win.
He caught a horrible break, hit the cart path. I thought it then ricocheted off the guy and caromed out of bounds.
No, I think it just
bounced out of bounds.
Bounced out of bounds on 14 after he just made an eagle. I believe it was 13. He made an eagle. 14 tee shot. He hits a cut and it hits the cart path and caroms out of bounds. If it doesn't hit the cart path, it doesn't go out of bounds.
And even hitting the cart path, it did bounce straight. It went dead right. It was a bad break.
I hate cart paths. They should be illegal.
Interesting.
I'm anti-cart paths.
Are you anti-cart?
No.
No, you
God,
own one.
no.
No, you own one.
Just don't like cart paths.
Well, then where are you going to ride it?
On the grass.
Well, why?
They need to be on par 3s. They need to be around the greens and around the tees. Nowhere else. You don't need a cart path that goes around the entire golf course. All that does is attract golf balls. Mine. To be perfectly honest.
So you're saying they're a magnet?
Yes.
The cart paths are a magnet?
Correct.
Gotcha. You're a conspiracy theory guy, aren't you? Anyway, so where do we want to go? Back. Let's go all the way back to NASCAR. So I'm telling you, they got, first off, the video is ridiculous of him wrecking 2 cars. He then admits in the post-race interview, well, I wrecked the first one. It was the only way I could win. I was 32nd in the points. How else was I going to make the playoff? And there's audio of his spotter yelling, wreck 'em. I'm telling you, and I'm being serious. I don't know how much more egregious it will ever get for NASCAR than this. To me, if we were sitting in the room, it would be like, listen, if we ain't taking a win away for this, we should eliminate any further discussion of ever taking a win away.
I do think that I thought that Dylan kind of hemmed and hawed saying that he didn't flat out say I wrecked him. He's kind of, I did what I had to do. He wordsmithed it as well as he could. The spotter yelling wreck him is going to be a bad look, David. That will come to bite him. Now, will it bite him with a huge fine or will they take a win away? Because those are the 2 choices, right?
Well, yeah, because if you don't take the win away, then he now has earned a spot in the playoff.
Right.
I mean, this is not even, and you could argue like, hey, they didn't take wins away from Earnhardt or anybody else. Well, you didn't guarantee a spot in the playoff back in the day. There was no playoff. There was just points. We're racing for points. But now you win a race, you're in the playoff, guaranteed. Doesn't matter that Austin Dillon was 32nd in the points. Now he's won a race. He's in. That's going to take a spot away. Right now, it would take a spot away from either Ross Chastain or Chris Buescher.
Finally, a texter on my side. Would they say anything to Earnhardt Sr. if he did what Dillon did yesterday? They are getting very soft. That's why NASCAR is losing fans.
Oh, come on. Come on now. They're getting soft. First of all, they haven't taken the win away. I'm saying they should take the win away. All right? Listen, you got to ask yourself, is it okay? Oh, you got to race a certain way, but hell, on the final lap, just wreck the son of a... Just wreck them. Just wreck them. That's all you have to do. Just wreck them. And I don't know why I turned into Harry Hyde all of a sudden, but
you really did. But you let that go. When it starts, you just wind it up and try to pull the string and see how long we can keep it going.
Well, but don't you think that's what NASCAR is having to decide today, guys? If we let this go, just so you know, we're saying final lap or two, Demolition Derby is okay.
And if you allow it at a short track where they're not going as fast, what do you do at super speedways? I mean, it does carry on, if you know what I mean.
I mean, a win is much more valuable today. Yeah, I mean, you old school NASCAR fan. By the way, I've been a NASCAR fan since the mid 80s, but you have to acknowledge a win means more today than it did back in the day. I mean, it did. I mean, a win was just points and, another pelt on the wall. This is an automatic spot in the playoffs. This is a big deal.
Not to mention the long streak without winning for RJR, and they get a win yesterday. Do they take that away? Does that factor into any of this, Dave?
Sure, it's Richard Childress Racing. He's a legend in the sport. He's in the 3-car. Austin Dillon took the 3-car to victory lane. How great was that to see? And he did it a way in which Earnhardt would say, yeah, I did that a couple times. It's a way to do it, son. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sorry, Jacksonville, I'm slacking this morning. Computer's got me a little verklempt.
Like what, Martin? Which, by the way, we did the whole first hour, never brought it up. But I'm just curious. What do you want us to talk about? Talk golf, bunch of Olympics. And what have we not touched upon?
The men's basketball gold medal game.
Okay.
I mean,
Bo Nix. You Bronco fans. It's been a rough 8 years. You guys are like a bulldog foaming at the mouth.
the A's final home game is already sold out.
Well, okay, music. NASCAR's like wrestling. They can make up their own rules. Mongo, we brought it up earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you could get Mark on the balance beam. That's how afraid of heights he is. Martin, I'm still waiting to hear what is it you want us to talk about. I mean, we're open to suggestions, Martin. Irish, come on. It's August.
Yeah, you know what? He's put him in Canton, Irish. He's played one preseason game. Let's get the bust built now.
Put him in the Pro Bowl.
Well, don't say he'd probably make the Pro Bowl because everybody else will opt out of it.
That is true.
Against vanilla defense and no blitz, he had some good plays. There's no doubt.
No doubt. Yep.
I thought it was a good weekend for a lot of rookie quarterbacks. McCarthy had a couple of moments where he looked good.
It's funny, E.B. Hill.
Tell you what, the Detroit Lions, I don't know why they haven't signed Ryan Tannehill yet, but what are they waiting for?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Minutes past an hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Floormeister's Fantasy Football Summit is 8 days away. A week from tomorrow night in Fort Myers, Shoeless Joe's in the Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops. Only one way to sign up. MillerandMoulton.com, MillerandMoulton.com. Spots are limited. You don't want to miss it. We think it's a cool event. And doesn't benefit Miller and Moulton. Although last year, Mark took what was said at it and won his fantasy league. So for the first time, it did benefit Miller and Moulton.
2 years ago, I didn't really pay as much attention. I got busy doing things. Work, life got in the way. Actually had to step out of the room for a little bit for a phone call. Never again. Locked into this. Too much good information given.
So some backup quarterbacks are getting hurt. Maybe it's why the starters don't play in the preseason. But boom. So Hendon Hooker, he decided he was going to lower his shoulder, make that big run. Yeah, he's got a concussion. He's going to miss some time. If you're the Lions, and I'm serious about this, you need a backup quarterback right now. Your options are to trade a late round pick to take a second or third stringer off of, another team. Like Tyler Huntley is with Cleveland. He's third. You got Deshaun, you got Jameis, you got Tyler Huntley. Huntley was the backup for like 3-4 years in Baltimore. The running, he did make that one Pro Bowl with 2 touchdown passes that year because 19 other quarterbacks opted out of the game. But So I'm just curious if you're Detroit, Tyler Huntley interests you. Who was the third stringer? Brett Rippon for the Bears. Looked, a Hall of Fame game, take it for what it's worth. I didn't pay attention to their game over the weekend when Caleb played. Okay, but,
He looked pretty good.
Caleb did look pretty good.
Caleb looked pretty good. I thought it was a good weekend for a lot of the rookie quarterbacks. And I know they're playing against vanilla defense, not a lot of blitzing. They're not seeing exotic looks yet. But the fact of the matter is these guys came out and played well, and that's what you want to see. That's the good start for some of these rookie quarterbacks, and Caleb was one of them. Bears fans I know are excited today.
Right. 4 of the 5 first-string quarterbacks have had good, preseason experiences. Caleb Daniels with Washington looked really good. Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy looked good. Right now, the guy who's struggling the most is the kid in New England.
Yeah,
out
Drake
of North
May.
Carolina. So, but then again, he's not expected to play. Jacoby Brissett's probably going to play for a good chunk of this year. So, but I'm just curious, Mark. You're the Lions GM. You've had a great 3-year run here. You've done virtually nothing wrong, in fact, for 3 years.
Ryan Tannehill.
Okay.
And David, I'm to the point where I can't believe it's not already happened. The moment Hooker got hurt, if they thought Hooker was going to be there too, which I'm not sure that's a viable backup option for a team that wants to win a Super Bowl. Their expectations are to play in the final game this year. They do not have a legitimate backup quarterback.
I agree.
Now they have a great offensive line,
and
they got Goff through the whole year last year.
Yep. Only had like 22 sacks allowed or something like that. I mean, it's tough to touch them. Never mind hurt them. But in this case, Hooker got hurt running on his own.
Right.
So, I'm just curious right now. I mean, we could argue we don't like Green Bay's backup quarterback situation, not because of injury, just because of the depth chart. Hey, the 2 guys behind Tua, Mark, apparently suck. I mean, Mike White and Skylar Thompson apparently camp, the preseason game, have been lousy. And the talk is like, I don't know that the Dolphins should stick with these guys any longer. I know you signed White to a 2-year deal and gave him a decent chunk of change. Skylar Thompson you drafted. So, there's ego involved here with Chris Greer, Mark. He paid money for the one. He spent a draft pick, albeit a 7th rounder on the other. But, I mean, either you can play or you can't. So, Tannehill was contacted over the weekend. Media finally got a hold of him and said, hey, would you be willing to accept the backup spot? And he goes, oh, yeah, absolutely I would. So he dispelled that whole notion that he's, pulling a Flacco and he's only waiting if he can start. Okay.
But he might be waiting to play for a good team.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a backup, I want to be a backup for a team that's got a chance to win some games.
And also, he might be holding out to get paid. I mean, if I stay home another week and you're offering me $3 million, but next week you'll offer me $4 million, then, how about if I wait till after the second preseason game when a lot of starters are going to play? Let's see if one of them gets hurt and see how much money you're offering me next Monday as opposed to this one.
And, from the talk of coaches, a lot of starters are playing next week. Some are even talking about playing them deep into the third game. I wouldn't play my starting quarterback in preseason. Not a snap.
Well, Sean McVay did it and won a Super Bowl. I mean, it is interesting. The Rams did it their way, won a Super Bowl. Andy Reid plays his guys.
Yep.
In fact, I don't know last year if the ones, if you will, the starters, the Chiefs may have played their ones more snaps than any other team in the league in the preseason last year. I mean, he likes to play his guys.
It's just it's a philosophical difference between organizations. Some do and some don't.
Right.
I don't know if there's a right answer to it. And I know most fans are like, you got to play them. They got to get ready. They got to get reps in. They're doing enough scrimmages and controlled scrimmages that I don't know if they need to play in preseason.
Well, here's the other argument to confront that with. And Mark, I was a guy who thought, come on, you got to play. And I would have played Caleb Williams at least a series in the Hall of Fame game. Now, they chose not to. But I would have looked at it as an opportunity, new system, new guys. He's a starter. I'm going to give him, it's another dress rehearsal. I don't see how it could hurt, blah, blah, blah. But, Mark, how many preseason games do they play in college?
That would be 0, David.
And how do these guys look week one most years?
Well, no, that I could argue sometimes good, sometimes bad. It's sloppy.
But the really good players, if you know what I mean, that's another thing. Those are the guys that are going to play on Sundays.
Right.
So, that's...
You think the kid at Georgia's going to have any problem stepping into the Clemson game week one?
No, I think he played all last year. I think he's good. It's the same playbook.
Right.
So anyway, everybody's played a preseason game, and that doesn't mean any of the starters have played. Jera, for the record, Mark, he tried to see when you talk as often as we do, Mark, sometimes you get into a linguistics battle with yourself. Sometimes we say something on a Tuesday and we're kind of walking it back or restating it on a Friday. Well, that's now where Jera is about CeeDee Lamb. Because, he made those comments late last week in which he's like, no sense of urgency with CD.
CD goes right to X and post LOL.
And then him and his agent start talking about, well, we can do the Brandon Ayuk thing. Let us talk to other teams. We'll work out a deal. And now Jera's like, well, of course we miss CeeDee Lamb, but we're not missing him tonight in the sense that, we got a bunch of guys competing. So I tried to sound a little like Jera there. But so, I have no sense of urgency, Mark, but I do miss you a little bit.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
This
Summit.
is Miller and Moulton.
So there's a member. There's a guy on X who said, I'm really good friends with a high-ranking member of the club where the Wyndham Championships are being played. It's going to cost $85,000 to bring the police, staff, etc., back for Kuchar to finish. Now, I don't understand that, to be brutally honest. I mean, you need 3 people, right? You need somebody to walk with them, a spotter. You need a rules official, and you need somebody for the scorer's tent. Who else do you need? You don't, and you could say, hey, listen, can't provide. I mean, what? Do you have to provide him with a police escort to get to the course? No.
No, you don't do it on a regular day.
Right.
20 seconds.
I would be taking down all of the grandstands on 18 while he's playing.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. We have not talked about this yet today. We've talked Olympics, we've talked NFL, we've talked NASCAR with the exciting yet controversial finish with Austin Dillon wrecking Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin to win. And should NASCAR do anything about it? We've talked golf, dramatic tournament, guy throwing up all over himself down the stretch with a quad and a double, a 3-putt from 4 feet.
An eagle and a birdie in that mix too.
Right. It was, what's that thing they called the what scorecard? Psycho scorecard?
Right.
2, 8, 4, 5 on a par 3, 4,
Correct.
4. Right. Yeah, crazy. You're right. He played the final 6 holes 3 over with an eagle and a birdie.
He played 3 holes in 1 over without a par, bogey, or double.
That's spectacular.
I mean,
it's amazing.
Just nuts.
Right. And guy finished second. You know, he made a nice check. So we haven't talked about, though, Saturday, late afternoon our time, late evening in Paris. The gold medal men's basketball game, in which, according to our poll question, 3 out of 8 of you were rooting for France. The final numbers, the U.S. had a strong push at the end, because at one point it was 53-47 rooting for the U.S.
Well, that was against Serbia, mind you.
Oh, right.
That was against Serbia in the semifinal game. We never asked who they were rooting for in the final. But based on the way and the visceral reaction of our audience throughout the show of how much they hated the NBA, I can't imagine they changed their affiliation for the gold medal game all that much, David.
Right. We have to assume if you were rooting for Serbia when they were up 17, that you were rooting for France when they were taking us to the end.
Yeah, it's still the French. I don't know how many of them are rooting for the French.
I got to admit, I mean, the French really did come through for us when we needed them. I mean, you know, the mid-1770s, they were there for us.
There's no doubt, David. And we've been paying them back ever since.
Well, and then they gave us the beautiful lady in the harbor, too.
And we've been paying them back ever since.
We have. There's no doubt. 200 years worth. And apparently we're not even. But so 62-38 was the final vote. Only 5 out of 80 were rooting for the U.S. in the semis. So, all right, we're playing France, and they cut it to 3 with like 4 minutes to go.
Couldn't believe it watching the game. U.S. seemed to be arm-barring them throughout. France would make a run. U.S. would get back up by double digits. And I thought in the fourth quarter when that happened, it was over. And then France goes on a little run and tightens the game up.
Yeah, absolutely. Cuts it to 3. And Steph Curry said, give me the ball, will you? Okay. And, he hit that first shot. LeBron and Steph, little 2-man game. LeBron gets it to Steph, pump fake, drills the 3. Steph looks at him like, we can do that again. LeBron's like, yeah, I can give it to you every time down the floor if you're feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it. How good was that? Come on now. We've all watched sports a long time. How good was that?
It was thrilling. Steph doing his thing. And didn't matter if you had 1 on him or 2 on him. They were going in.
The last one.
Because the last one was absolutely ridiculous.
That's just so unfair. Have you heard the French audio?
I have not. And I've seen it and I didn't listen.
So obviously it has to be translated, for us to understand what it is they are saying. But it's so epically good. By the 3rd attempt, the announcers are yelling, "Oh, no, Steph, no." Listen, apparently there's a menu item at McDonald's in France that's named after Steph. And apparently I read this. I didn't read it on a site where, I read it on reputable sites. Apparently they're so dismayed by what Steph did to them, they may have to remove the menu item.
Absolutely.
I don't
Cut
know,
their
Mark.
hearts out in the 4th quarter. They made such a dramatic run. And, it is, to me, that game shouldn't have been that close. I get that the international players are catching up with the American players. But defensively, we get beat on some cuts that guys of that caliber shouldn't get beat on. Period.
Well, I mean, you think about it defensively, we got KD, LeBron, and Steph on the floor at the same time. That's not ideal. I mean, they're all in their mid to upper 30s. Defensively, they ain't what they were. And I don't know if Steph ever was.
But fundamentally, there are times we don't look as good as the opposition. Fundamentally. Doesn't mean we're not better athletes and better players and end up winning. But in pure fundamentals and work ethic, we were getting outworked at times.
But it was exciting.
It really was. I was all in for the men and the women. Watched both games, enjoyed them thoroughly. Was rooting for the U.S., by the way.
Well, that's good to know.
Well, I
know. I know.
Yelling at the women more than I was yelling at the men. Because I felt as if the men had them, like I said, had them armbarred up until the point it got close, and then Steph said night-night. And then literally showed them night-night.
Yeah, I thought that the only way we were going to lose to the French was if we didn't hit our threes. And once we started in the second quarter hitting our threes. Okay, can we talk about this, by the way? What do we think about the 10-minute quarters? I love them. Love them. Do we need, and I'm being very serious when I say this, if you're the NBA, do you really need the 48 minutes? Think about it.
David, of course you do.
Why?
And I'll tell you exactly why. They just signed a how many billion-dollar television deal?
76.
Yeah, they need the commercial breaks, except for the games on NBC. NBC could jam them in with 10-minute commercials. The rest of the networks, David, would struggle to get all the spots that they need to get in. NBC would just do it in the middle of gameplay if they had to. They don't care.
Tell me you didn't enjoy the 40 minutes versus 48. Didn't you enjoy that more? Didn't you think that, wow, this is enough basketball? I don't need 12-minute quarters. These 10-minute quarters work for me. This is good. I loved it. And maybe it's all the college hoops that I'm used to doing. And the women's game has been 4 10-minute quarters for a while now. I think, how about this? Forget the NBA. We'll put it aside. You just watch the Olympics. You're running college basketball.
Now you're talking.
You still want to stick with the 2 20-minute halves? Or do you want to go 4 10-minute quarters?
I'd go 4 10s. I think
Doesn't
the
it-
women's college game has better flow than the men's college game.
Yes. It does to me. Broadcasting them both. And I said this to you 5, 7 years ago when the women first made the switch. I'm like, I got it. This works. I like it. Instead of breaking every 4 minutes of game action, by the way, you break every 5. You get past the midway point of the quarter, then you break. Are there less commercial breaks? Yeah, there could be. All right. Trust me, the
There's
network.
never less commercial breaks. They'll figure out a way to get the commercials in.
By the way, what do you think of the whole basically I don't know what you have to do to get goaltending. If the ball's near the
I don't
cylinder.
think there is offensive goaltending.
No, it doesn't matter. Ball's in the cylinder, just dunk it. What do you think of that?
I have no problem with it.
I like the no defensive 3 seconds. You want to plant the big fella in the lane? Plant him in the lane. Did you like, by the way, they let him play more physically?
Thought the women's game was 10 times more physical than the men's game. I couldn't believe, David, they could have called a foul every possession in the women's game. Those gals were killing one another in that gold medal game. That's as physical of a basketball game as I have watched that made Big Ten fans go, damn, they're playing tough out there.
Tom Izzo blushed watching the game yesterday.
Damn right he did. So now that's defense. That's how you play defense. One French girl, second quarter, gets called for a foul, and the announcer says, and she complained about it. The announcer's like, I don't know. They could have called 3 fouls on the play. They finally called 1. That's only because she stole the ball. They would have let that go too.
Also because, much like college ball, since they only play 40 minutes, you only get 5 personal fouls. All right. NBA, you get 6. College, you get 5. International basketball, you get 5.
But you've got me on the college game going to 10s because of the fouls too, of putting them in the bonus, that it would be by quarter.
Yes.
I think it helps the flow of the game.
All right, you get to 5 fouls in a quarter. 5th foul, you go to the line. In the women's game, by the way, there's no 1-and-1. Once you get to 5 fouls, everything's 2 shots.
Well, I hate that. I'm a big fan of the 1-and-1.
I know you are. But it's worth talking about.
But
here's why, if I'm the NBA, and listen, your point's very valid because ultimately, Mark, what is this at the end of the day?
It's a TV show, David.
Right. So I know you're right and I'm wrong. I will concede that. I would just like another minute or so on the floor before you dismiss me. All right. What's a problem the NBA has right now? Load management. Well, let's shorten the games. Also, for those that watched Olympic basketball, what did you notice? Well, you didn't have to play the guys as much because the game's shorter. So if KD and LeBron are playing 32 minutes, did you see how hard they played for those 32 minutes? They can defend. They can go harder longer. Think about it. LeBron at 39, he's got 30 to 34 minutes in him. But the Lakers need him to play 38 to 42 minutes. He doesn't have that in him anymore. But if the game was 40 minutes, LeBron could give you 32, and they'd be really good. And I think also, Mark, just do the math. 82 times 8. That's 656 less minutes of potential basketball. Don't you think that would help with your injury situation, your load management situation?
I think these are really valid points. They are. And unless LeBron comes out after the Olympics and says the NBA should switch to a 40-minute game, if you got the players on board, David, it's not crazy talk. But with the TV contract that they're getting, very well that it is crazy talk.
It's funny. I think the players, if you sat them down, would say, well, I'd love the 40 minutes. Here's the problem, though, my stats. And it's like, yeah, but you're going to get paid. What do you care? You're going to get paid. You're going to get paid more than ever before. So, we'd rather, instead of 25 points a game now will become 22. What do you care? You're making $50 million a year. What do you
Soon
care?
to be 60, 70, and $80 million a year
Right.
with this new TV contract.
So that would be the thing. That's part of, baseball player doesn't want to give up games, whatever. But I don't know. I have to admit, I really liked it. I liked the flow of the games. I found the games enjoyable. And I don't find NBA basketball as enjoyable as I just found the international basketball games of the last 2 weeks.
Fair enough. But it'll never happen. We don't go backward. We've never played less games. We've never played less minutes. It's just not, we're not going from a 17-game schedule back to a 16-game schedule. We're going from a 17-game schedule to an 18-game schedule. More games, more money for the owners, more television, more of a television product because of the television revenue.
But they have messed with the clock in the NFL and the college game. There are less plays now than there used to be. You're getting less football with your football. You just don't realize it. That clock moves now. And the college game, there's very little difference now between the college clock and the NFL clock. I know you're right. I know.
But a man can dream, and I'll let you have that dream for a moment before we step all over it.
It's just, I feel like there's 5 issues here, and I'm winning 4 of them. And you're like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I've got veto power. You got nothing. You got 49%, and you're going to like it. Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few Joy stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Joey Logano on Austin Dillon. He's a piece of crap. He sucked. He sucked his whole career. That's great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Monday because the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 awaits at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Man, we got a lot of meat on the bone today. A lot of meat on the bone. I don't know if we're sufficiently talking about everything, but first, our poll question deals with the Olympics. And don't know if you heard or saw the whole high jump situation. So an American and a New Zealander finished tied. They have to attempt one more jump at the last height that they missed at. They both missed. Well, they had a choice. Shake hands and they both win the gold medal, or no, man, we keep going until somebody wins. And they both wanted to keep going until somebody won. And the New Zealander won. So he wins the gold. McEwen of the U.S. takes silver. It bothers Mark because, well, we finished tied with China for the gold. So we had it right there. It's in our hands.
Right there. It didn't look like it took the two jumpers more than 5 seconds to decide that they were jumping off. The New Zealand jumper walks over to the American jumper. I believe that was the way that it went. And you could see the American jumper just kind of rolling his fingers like, keep going. And the other jumper's nodding his head.
Yeah.
To me, watching it, and I didn't see any post interviews, David. I just happened to watch that going on live. It just seemed to me as if they were ready to keep on jumping.
Yes.
That it was never a thought to them to both accept the gold medal.
No. And apparently both have to agree on it. So if one of them wanted to, call it quits and the other went, no, we keep going, then they would have kept going. But as it turned out, Mark, you analyzed it perfectly. They were both like, well, we're going. Yeah, absolutely. Keep going, dude. So, and our question is, what would you have done? Would you have kept going? Or would you have said, let me get this straight. If we shake hands, I win the gold? Oh, I don't care that he wins the gold. I came here for gold. I get to go home with gold, right? Okay, where's your hand? Give me your hand. Shake my damn hand. What are you running away for? What do you want to keep jumping for? Aren't you tired?
And the American, who was all for jumping more, had already achieved his personal best during these Olympic Games. That was as high as he had ever jumped in his life.
Right. And obviously 4 years, a long time. I mean, it's not like you come back next year. I mean, no guarantee that he'll ever compete again. I mean, he had a gold medal. He said, no. That's not how you win a gold medal. You gotta beat the other guy. Oh, okay. So Mark, we do this instinctively. Mark, when he was watching live, said, oh, no, you keep going. I think I'd keep going. And I got to admit, brutally honest, I'll take all the slings and arrows. When I was watching it live, I'm like, oh, no, I'm taking the gold, man. I mean, so what? Somebody else halfway around the world gets to say he's a gold medal high jumper too. I don't know what to tell you. So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
Right now, 58% of you are jumping off.
Wow. I'm impressed. Well done. Good for you. Brought up the NASCAR race. Austin Dillon flat wrecks two guys in the final turn and a half of the race to win the race.
Well, he only tried to wreck one. The other one was more of an inadvertent wrecking. After he wrecked Logano, he took out Hamlin, but I don't think he meant to take out Hamlin. He meant to take out Logano.
So he says, listen, I what happened to Denny was unfortunate, but no. I meant to take out Logano. If I didn't, I wasn't going to win. And so we're asking, apparently NASCAR, they got the video, they got the audio. Dillon's spotter yells at him, wreck him. And he does. By the way, did you see the Richard Childress quote? So there's a reporter doing a really good job. He finds Richard Childress, gets him to comment, and then says, Richard, there's audio of the spotter telling him to wreck him. And Richard goes, well, I was on the headsets. I didn't hear that. And the reporter goes, well, we have the audio. So what do you have to say to the spotter telling him wreck him? Richard Childress goes, well, obviously he did a hell of a job because he won the race. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Rubbing is racing. Pick your cliche here. But I'm going to make a prediction. They're going to take the win away. NASCAR is finally going to say, we've talked forever about the line. Well, here's the line. And he crossed it. That's my prediction.
The spotter's audio seems to be pretty damning. The driver's audio post-race matches the spotter's during the race audio.
Right.
Not to mention, if you watch the thing with your own eyes, it's pretty obvious, even to me, a guy who is not a huge NASCAR fan. I am a novice NASCAR fan at best. I've never made any bones about it. But I happened to watch the race. I knew he was going to wreck him. I mean, watching it, you knew he was going to bump him. What do they call it? A bump and run? Isn't that the?
Yep, bump and run.
Yep. I like a good bump and run.
But see,
whether it's a corner playing bump and run or whether it's a driver, I like a little bump and run, David.
But a bump and run just nudges the driver out of the way. You slide him up the track a little bit. He gets a little loose, but he doesn't hit the wall, or if he does, he just gently, and he finishes the race, but he finishes second or third. Okay. And you use the bump and run, boom. You know, it's called, you move them, Mark. That's what they call it. You move them with the bump and run.
Well, and that's what Logano said after the race. He's 4 car lengths back. He just ran into me. Because, we all use a bump and run. He just drilled me.
Yep. Now, Logano, I mean, it is funny. This is Joey Logano. Joey's put a couple guys in the wall before, too.
Well, haven't they all? I mean, come on. If you're a good racer, at some point you've been in a situation like this where you've had to maneuver the car in front of you in order for you to get a win. And if you've been out there for as long as Logano's has, these are things that happen. It's not the PGA Tour where you only have to race every, in the elevated races. They do this every week.
By the way, maneuver. You used the word maneuver him out of the way. What'd you mean?
Push him out of the way.
Wreck him.
Wreck him.
I just wanted to make sure that we knew what the synonym was. If we're doing Scrabble, it's like, listen, I don't have those letters, but can I write wreck? Can I use that instead? Yeah? Okay, good. That's all. I just wanted to know. So that's my prediction. NASCAR will take unprecedented action tomorrow. They will take the win away. And the reason that they'll finally draw the line now is because a win has never been more valuable. Garners you an automatic spot in the playoff. Just like a win in the playoff guarantees you an automatic advance to the next round. So that's why I think they'll finally draw the line and say, we've always talked about not crossing the line. This is the line now. You can't do this.
And the irony of them taking away a win from the 3 car.
Right.
For doing this is rich.
No
to
doubt.
Say the very least.
Now, they haven't done it. Okay. I think very few people will agree with me. That's my prediction. I actually think NASCAR is going to do it. I also think they'll do it in part because there's at least one driver who's going to miss the playoffs because of this win. And they're like, no, I think we'd want him in the playoffs. You tell me if you're NASCAR. You want Ross Chastain or Austin Dillon in the playoff?
Oh, boy. David, you'd answer that better than me, but he is in the 3 car. I know that's a.
Yeah. But as Joey Logano just said, he sucks. He sucked his whole career. Hey, bigger move this week. Austin Dillon or Matt Kuchar?
Well, Austin Dillon, because it affected the outcome of a competition. What Kuchar did had no effect on the competition whatsoever. It just is beyond wild that Kuchar, who seemed to be hustling to finish his round, so much so that he jumped on the 18th tee in darkness, apparently, and he basically hit into the group in front of him.
Right, which you never see on the PGA
Ever.
Tour.
Now, they were trying to say on the broadcast that maybe it was too dark and that the volunteers didn't let him know that it hadn't cleared yet. But in watching it in lifetime, Kuchar basically walked up to the tee, put a peg in the ground, put his ball on it, and let it rip. I mean, he wasted no time getting that tee shot off. He just happened to pull hook it.
Right. A bad shot, so bad that I thought he hurt himself on the shot. So he said that he's making a point that we shouldn't have finished. It was too dark. We should have stopped actually a hole or two earlier. And he thinks it cost the guy he was playing with the win.
No, the drive on 14 cost the guy he was playing with the win.
Well, the 3-putt from 4 feet on 16, and don't tell me that, the lesser light had anything to do with it. He pushed the 4-footer, and then he pulled the 4-footer coming back. All right. Screwed it up. We can all make a 4-footer in the dark, dude. Come on. Neither putt had any break to it. Give me a break.
And what was it, Aaron Ray that ended up winning it? I think it's
Rye,
Ray.
I think.
Rye, okay. Rye wins the tournament. Billy Horschel was more excited for Aaron Rye than Aaron Rye was excited for himself for winning the tournament.
By the way, how about how gracious Horschel was? Horschel, with like an hour to go, realized, hey, man, you got a chance to win this. And he was cheerleading Rye on in the group. That's
Fist
cool.
bumps him on 18 after he stripes the drive.
Yep.
Because he gets the lead. He's on the 18th tee. Basically knows that if he makes 4, the worst that happens, he's in a playoff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a tough hole. The 3 finishing holes at that golf course, for as easy as that course played, the 3 finishing holes were difficult. And he just pipes a drive down the center, and as they're walking off the 18th tee, there's Horschel fist bumping him.
Yep. And talking to him, like almost like he's his caddy.
Because he'd never won before. It was his first win on tour. And he essentially coached him in to the clubhouse. Thought it was a great bit of sportsmanship.
Billy Horschel's had a great summer. Former Gator, playing arguably some of the best golf of his life. What did he finish, like 6th in this? Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, some texter has an idea here. Says they'll let them keep the win, but won't let it count towards the playoff. I don't know if they could do that. They can do whatever they want, but
right. I have to admit that would be a chicken blank splitting of the hairs to me. I mean,
I'm with you.
If you're going to do it, do it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday. The Olympics are in our rearview mirror. Do you even know where the 26 Winter Games are?
Italy?
I got to take your word on it. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we've all been hyped to, 2028 LA, 2034 Winter Games. I know where they are. They're in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, they're in Italy.
Okay.
In Milan.
All right. So same time deal.
Right.
I mean, this worked out. You have to admit, this worked out really well for NBC, and people seemed into it.
And men, women, everybody. The Olympics, I mean, people think Paris may have saved the Olympic Games. Those are the words that are being written about these games, David.
The other thing that was shown, which, once again, we joke, but we're joking because we're right, and we've been saying it for years. I mean, big time sports is what, Mark?
Well, it's a television show.
But what did this Olympics further? People will watch it live. It doesn't matter when you air it. If it's, what's another thing we've been saying for years, Mark? If it's a game of consequence, the games have to have meaning. We're not as bored as we used to be, in a sense. We won't watch garbage just because there's nothing else on. We'll find something else.
No, but Serbia beating Croatia in the water polo final. If you weren't watching it, you missed out. And that's on you.
It's the new curling, ladies and gentlemen. Curling for the winter games, water polo now for the summer games. You just need a shirt.
I put it this way. The difference is I can have a curling shirt. I will never wear the water polo outfit. Although I could maybe just get one of the headgear.
Oh, really?
With the ear flaps and wear that in one day.
So let me get this straight. Of all the items involved in the outfit, you're going to wear the headgear?
There's two. There's two items involved. One is something you'll never see me put on. And no one, including my wife, would ever want to see me put that on.
Well, that's well, not now. I mean, who knows? There may have been a time.
I doubt it.
We all had game. Oh, we really did. You were a catch.
Uh-huh.
You were. I was sitting right next to you. You were a catch.
Thank you, David.
But the Olympics are in the rearview mirror. And a lot of great storylines came from them. Some are still out there. Who knows when this whole floor exercise bronze medal is going to get decided on the women's side.
All right, I've got to derail the show a little bit right now because a texter has asked this. I have been thinking it. We just came out of break. If you listened, our new voice person says text what's in your mind.
Correct.
You write all of these.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is you wrote it that way. Not what's on your mind, what's in your mind.
I'll have to check the script because there are times when I'm, doing those thumbs and the O and the I are right next to one another. The other thing that I notice when I'm typing is a lot of times I type on and the phone will change it to in.
Because I heard that and I just kind of dismissed it. And I heard it again and said, that's interesting because it's really what's in your mind. If
right.
It's, either works. We just always say on your mind.
Right. Here's the problem. All right. Is it worth the $50 to get it fixed?
No.
Because just to let you know, okay, our voice
we don't
guy,
have an extra $2, let alone an extra $50. We are in desperate need of sponsors for the show. We run ads nearly every break soliciting sponsorship. No, David, we're not changing it. It's just merely, did you type it that way or did you mistakenly type it that way?
Well, obviously, if it was typed that way, it was a mistake, but I'll have to check to see the script that I submitted. Just so you know, though, our voice guy, great guy, by the way, and great voice guy, he charges by the page. So believe it or not, all the voice work we asked him to do fit on one page. Awesome. All right, here's the problem. We resubmit this, that'll be the only thing on the page.
Right. We'll have to wait until we have plenty of more voice work to be done.
And then we can have him, do it differently. But I don't know if we can afford the $50 to have him change that back. Instead, it's kind of like, this show's different. They want to know what's in your mind. That's different.
It is different. And so are Miller and Moulton. So that's why I think it fits with the show. 21,000 the text line if you want to chime in. Miller's the keyword. If you've not texted before, you need to text that to 21,000. Then you're behind the gate and can text as much or as little as you would like.
But a lot going on. Preseason football over the weekend. Oh, man. We've got a few diehard Broncos fans in our Twitch chat room, and they are so desperate.
Well, they have been relentless on Bo Nix from the time he was drafted on. And Bo Nix played well.
Yeah,
Preseason game.
What, 10th, 11th? Seriously? I mean, come on. We all know guys who were great in the preseason who get cut. Never mind then when the real season starts. So, wow, they can't play.
And hey, I have no problem I don't think Bo Nix is going to be a good NFL quarterback. I've said that from the get-go. If he is, I have no problem. I want all of these rookies to be great.
Yeah. We want 32 teams to have a franchise quarterback.
And I think we're getting closer and closer to more teams having one. When you start ranking quarterbacks now, and, Jordan Love's entered the mix, other guys are starting, Baker Mayfield was a guy that wasn't thought of. Baker Mayfield can lead a football team. Is he a elite quarterback? No. But can he be your franchise quarterback? We're going to find out this year, but it looks like it.
Well, he's led 2 teams to division titles. And, I don't know if the Browns won the division title that year. They didn't. They were a wild card. But he's taken 2 teams to the playoffs and won 2 playoff games. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty good. I think the Dolphins would take that out of their quarterback, wouldn't they?
Right. So would the Cowboys.
Yes, that's about all they've had in the last 10, 12 years is 2 playoff wins. So anyway, the preseason football, everybody's now played a game. The young quarterbacks, for what it's worth, against second and third stringers, you know what? Almost all of them look good. Almost all of them.
Stetson Bennett, on the other hand, for the Rams, not so much.
Woo-wee. It's funny how you can lead the team on the, quote, game-winning drive, unquote, and yet still throw 4 interceptions.
After missing a year, after missing all of last year, trying to be the Rams' backup.
By the way, do you think they owe us why? Because they've never said why. He's never said why. They've never said why. Do you think we're owed that information? Are we owed whether or not it was injury, which it wasn't? Are we owed whether or not he sought alcohol rehab or mental health counseling? Because that's the guesstimating that's going on is it's one of the two. Are we owed that?
No.
Is that the price of being a prominent athlete? That, hey, come on, man, that's like a hamstring injury. We got to know.
No, I don't think we're owed that. Do you think we're owed that?
I do. Yeah,
why?
I think it comes with the territory. I just do. Here's my thing. The whole to me, HIPAA doesn't work in sports. It just doesn't. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Because here's the thing, Mark. Turf toe, you could hide behind HIPAA. Well, I can't disclose that. It's a medical thing and what have you. See, and to me, all the teams, it's worse in college. My goodness. They won't tell you a damn thing. All right. But no, I think it comes with the territory. Now, I don't think we're owed it while it's going on. Okay. I'm glad that he had the year, to attend to whatever was going on in his life.
Miller and Moulton.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So, in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, did your daughter start 5th grade today?
New school and everything. Wearing that uniform.
Have you gotten your picture yet?
Oh, yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits at that point in time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote in our poll question. So what would you have done? You're in the high jump. You're tied for the gold medal. You could shake hands with your opponent and you each get a gold. Or do you go, no, man, let's keep jumping. All right. One of us will get gold. One of us will get silver. And the New Zealander and the American said, no, we're going to keep going. We're going to decide this. What would you have done? And Mark said, oh, I would have kept jumping. Come on. That's how you win a gold medal. And I would have said, yeah, I'll shake your hand if you'll shake mine.
And it was never close to that. They were both in complete agreement. As you watched it in real time, you could see one nodding his head and the other one kind of rolling his fingers over saying, let's keep going. And they did, and the New Zealand jumper ends up winning gold.
And so far, 59% of you are like, oh, no, come on. You keep jumping. Come on. You don't share gold. You keep jumping. So good for you. That's almost as many of you who were rooting for the U.S. men's basketball team. Because apparently only 62% of you were. Wow. I will say bad luck for LeBron. You and I are LeBron guys. Did you see the video? So they win the gold. He's got the gold medal still around his neck. And they pull up to the, I don't know if it's a hotel or I don't know if it's where they're going for the after party. And there's only a few people around. And there's one, I call him a teenager. I don't know if he was even that old, but, you know, close. And he comes up to, you know, LeBron gets out and the kid's right there. And LeBron wanted nothing to do with him. He said, no, back, stop. And then walked around him and into the joint. And there was no one else there with a, you know, wanting a selfie or an autograph or what have you. And, you know.
Whereas you see Steph after with a cigar, high-fiving fans and
Yep.
letting them take selfies and doing all that kind of stuff.
Yep. It's a bad look. There's no doubt about it. Another thing that I would advise, if you're ever in a position and you've won a gold medal, all right? And I have to admit, I don't sing the anthem. And I don't stand with my hand on my heart for the anthem either. Like Troy Aikman does. Okay, I stand next to him, and every anthem, he stands at attention with his hand over his heart. I don't. I never did that at school for God Bless America or what have you. I'm not a hand over the heart guy. I don't know why, but I stand at attention.
Most of us aren't. I mean,
right.
Most of us are not.
Right, but he does. I will say, though, when they're playing your country's anthem and you've just won a gold medal, it's a really good look. You look good. People who don't like you go, oh, wow, they look. Like, come on. How many people changed their tune on Brittany Griner?
You beat me to it, David. She was in tears.
Well, I will say it.
Been a hell of a couple of years.
I was going to say, Mark, you put me in a Russian prison for a year or whatever. I could cry at the theme to all my children, but never mind the anthem. But yeah. So, you know, that's all. But just not a good look. We're LeBron guys. We defend him. Can't defend him with his stance, you know, on China. And this is a bad look, dude. Come on. You're all but done. Got a couple years left. You're still great, but, you know, you're going to call it quits here in a couple years. It's just.
Texas said he was out at a restaurant. The place was quiet until Curry hit the threes. The restaurant loudly came to life. The clapping and the USA chant.
Nice. It was remarkable. This is how good it was, by the way. And I may go off on a tangent here, and I apologize. So I'm doing a lot of caretaking for the wife and the mother-in-law. And they wanted to eat, Mark. And they wanted to eat between 5 and 5:30 on Saturday. Well, Mark, that was the fourth quarter of the U.S. men's basketball game against
Right.
France. Right. So, yeah, okay, sure. I'll get you, what you want. And so they wanted quesadillas from Chipotle. Yeah, okay. All right. So I went and got them and came back, and I missed, the fourth quarter. And when I came back, I knew we had won because I was following the score, but I didn't know my wife recorded it, which she normally never does. And I walk in and she said, "You have to put your food down and watch this. This was incredible."
What?
Thank you. How long have you known me?
A long time.
You've known me almost as long as I've known my wife. All the times that there's been a sporting event, occasion, or what have you ever heard?
She reads a book.
Right, while at the game.
She has come to SEC games with you, SEC on CBS, most important games in the country.
Right.
To see what her husband does for work, went on a trip to just
Right.
see what it is that he does on these weekends that he's gone every weekend of the year.
Right. She sat next to Condoleezza Rice reading a book at an Alabama game. Right. Mm-hmm. You have to put the food down. You have to watch this. It's incredible. Wow. Okay. You had me at put the food down. Yeah, all right, got it. Quick sidebar. I probably should have told you this, friend to friend, but I'll share it here. So something happened to me when I went to pick up the food that made me feel the oldest that I've ever felt in my life. So
See, they didn't recognize you. They didn't know your order when you came in.
No. There was no. It just so I run in, and I'm sure you could have ordered it in advance and picked it up, but it's 7 minutes from the condo. I'm like, fine, I'll just go. I'll order it. Doesn't take long, obviously.
Right.
All right. So
why download an app?
Well, yeah, but you know me, Mark. By the time I download the app and fill out the order, I feel I could be there.
I understand.
So I'll just go.
Right.
Right. So I walk in and I order what I order for myself, which is always a bowl. Give me the rice and the beans and what have you. And then I order what they wanted. And they go, "Oh no, you can't order that here." I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm here. I'm ordering it. Well, no, you can't order it here. You have to go online or order it on an app. Now I'm not kidding. All right. It's 5-ish on a Saturday. There's no one in the place. There are 5 employees. They are standing there. All right. And everybody there is young. They're all between like 17 and 21. So I'm literally as old as 3 of the workers combined. Okay. And I'm like, boy. And so, of course, what didn't I do? I didn't bring my glasses. Why? I'm not going to need them.
Right. You're just popping it. You buzz in, you buzz out.
Right.
It's like going to Wisconsin.
Right. And I go, so you mean to tell me we can't, with no one around, just, the guy standing behind the grill. I go, he can't just do the quesadillas right now, 3 minutes. Okay. No, I'm sorry. You have to order them online or on the app. So, okay. So they make my bowl and it sits there. And I go, which would be faster, online or the app? They go, you probably should go online. Okay. Well, I had to register. I couldn't just go online. Right. I had to register. So I had to give them all my information. Right. Okay. Mark. And remember, I can't see. So I'm squinting and I got the phone up and I'm looking at it. Right. So by the time I filled out all the information and hit in the order and I hit it, I had timed out. They only give you 5 minutes. I didn't do it fast enough.
So basically, you were the U.S. Olympic Committee trying to appeal Jordan Childs' bronze medal.
Right. Yes. And I feel as I've ordered my food. I swear. So I do it again. And now it won't take it. It doesn't say I timed out. It said, oops, something went wrong. So, the 17-year-old, comes over and says, and she's laughing. And her friend, they're both laughing at me. They're like, wow, this old guy, what a moron. Okay. Good thing my parents aren't like him. Man, look at this guy. Okay. He probably could be my grandfather. Right. So I go, I don't know what to tell you and what have you. And they're laughing. They're like, well, let's clear it and let's do it again. Okay. So I do it again with them standing over my shoulder and it won't work. And finally, I just turn and I give them the phone and I give them my credit card. I go, here, you do it. I go, by the way, during this time, no one's come in the restaurant. I go, are we sure we can't just do this? All right. I won't tell. Nope. So one of them, they both go and the other one's looking over and they go, yep, okay, we did it. This should work. They hit the thing and it didn't work. And I went, aha! You see? It's not just the old guy. And guess what they ended up doing?
They made it.
They made it and they just rang it up in the register as like, miscellaneous or what have you. And 3 minutes. And meanwhile, my bowl was ice cold. 12 minutes went by. Right.
That right there is love of your wife, because any rational human being would have walked out of the store at this point.
If it was not my wife and mother, in fact, if it was just my wife, gone. Give me the thing. Thank you. No, you can keep the bowl. I'm out of here. No, gone.
No, I'd have taken the bowl. I already paid for that, but I'm with you.
So, yes. But they were wondering, man, you were gone a long time. Yes. Tell me about it. But so I don't know if that's ever happened to anybody. You're in the place and they go, no, you can't order that here. You have to go online or on the app. I'm like, yes, but it's your online and your app.
That's crazy. I'm David, you don't know how impressed I am with you right now because I know you. And normally this would have been a meltdown of epic proportions.
Epic.
There would have been yelling. There would have been screaming. There would have been, give me a manager. There would have been damn near short of, do you know who I am?
I've never done that.
I know.
That.
So I said just short of that.
But
so
me.
For you to stay in control is amazing to me.
You know me. You know how close I was to saying, can we just talk this out loud? Think about what you're saying. I'm at a restaurant to order food. You have the food, but you won't let me order it here. I have to go on the app so that you will then read it and go, okay, now we can order it. Honestly, Mark, I felt 137 years old. I'm like, all right, that's it. Life's passed me by. I'm useless from this day forward.
I'm with you. Like I said, David, you impressed me by being able to hang and not have a moment, because I may have had a moment in the store.
So I apologize for, taking up 5 minutes there on that, but we all have a moment in which you go, wow, I feel really old right now. Being told you have to go online or an app to order that. I'm like, no, I'm in the restaurant. I'm asking for food.
Because after that, what you really want to do, David, is you want to pay with cash and you want to give them whatever the total is. If it's $14, you want to give them 20, you want to give them 25.
Right.
You want to do something so that they have to make change that makes it seem a little abnormal to them.
Oh, totally. Mark, yes. I want it to be $14.68 and I want to give them 25.13. Yes, exactly. Yep. And I just want to sit back and go, figure it out. I got time.
Already missed the fourth quarter. I don't know if you're aware. You don't have the game on here.
Yep. Apparently, by the way, we won. No, I got time.
Don't know if I'd ever be back after that. That could drive me out of a place.
Well, now I know there's only certain things I can order there. Anything else? Sorry, no. We got to go somewhere else.
Maybe this means you start downloading all the food apps and make your life a little easier.
Listen, I've signed up for 5 streaming services, okay? How much more do you want me to get technologically with the show? I'm paying for 5 streaming services. Now you want me to have all these food apps?
Well, they give you free stuff on them occasionally.
Oh, for good. Just give me my damn meal. Golly, I ordered a number 3. What do you mean? Do you using your app? No, I'm using my mouth like a number 3. What? What do you need my information for? I have the money. Ah, it's
Miller and
me, right?
Moulton.
It's me.
N-
Is
I
it
don't
me?
know. That's what I don't know. It feels like it's you.
Of course, it's all. The Diamond District bonus hour. It's next. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey there, Grizzle.
Oh, yes, she did, Sonny. Oh, yes, she did. And she didn't even hesitate. She just kept going. Then she tried to release a statement the next day, tried to say, linguistically, I got messed up. No. You just own up to it. Just
What on the?
Oh, doing third round of the Olympic golf. Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think she said the girl was effing fired up.
Oh.
Yeah, Chad, it'll be interesting to see if anything comes of that from Major League Baseball about that little crowd mic incident.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is a Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday. The Olympics are in our rearview mirror. There's about a quarter of the Major League Baseball season left. We're 12, 19, and 24 days away from either the start of college football season. If you think Florida State, Georgia Tech gets it started, then we're 12 days away, 19 days away from the big first Saturday of college football, and 3 weeks Thursday, 24 days away, Ravens and Chiefs. Everybody's played a preseason game. The rookie quarterbacks largely look good for what that's worth. Some backup quarterbacks have gotten hurt already. Controversy in NASCAR, a strange development in golf. So I guess Kuchar made par.
Oh, really? After that drive?
I know. I guess he made par, posted 11 under. That's the other thing, Mark. I don't know if this makes a difference or not, but, you know, everybody from like 10th place down didn't know what they made. They had to wait for Kuchar to finish.
Well, I don't know. I don't think if he would have bogeyed, if that would have affected any of the FedEx Cup stuff. I think that was all set.
It was.
And it was close. It was going back and forth with a lot of players. Victor Perez in that mix right there, I think finished 70th. So that was another part of this, but I didn't think Kuchar had anything to do with that, with where he was at in the tournament.
No, I think Kuchar had to win it, I think.
No, I meant for others, though.
Yes, right.
Kuchar had to win it to get in.
Right.
But if he bogeyed, I didn't know if that brought someone else into the mix, if you know what I mean.
So, But Matt Kuchar, who teed off in darkness yesterday and then decided not to finish the hole. I thought the CBS announcers did a really good job with knowing the information that they knew at the time. Like the analyst said, well, how can he pick up? There hasn't been a horn. And Dottie Pepper said, no, there's been no horn, because she was walking with him. And then she found out that the guy who would normally blow the horn, he basically gave him a quote verbal horn, in which on the tee he said, it's your guy's call. You want to finish, we'll let you finish, but
You
it's
sure
right
that he
around
went that route and that he just didn't get on the tee and go?
So, but that's another thing. So hold on a second. I mean, should they revisit that, by the way? If you decide to play, shouldn't you have to finish the hole?
David, this boils down to what we talk about all the time. This is a TV show.
Yes, it is.
I would have told Kuchar, you need to finish or you're WDing. And I'm not messing around here. That's ridiculous to bring all these, to bring people back out the next day so one guy could finish.
I'll be fascinated to read later today how many people had to come back. How many people did he inconvenience? Because we joked, I think we did it off air, in which, I mean, come on, they needed 3 people.
Right. But what are they going to start? What did they probably want to start doing this morning at sunup? Ripping down all of the bleachers, taking everything down, because they need to get this course back. I mean, the members have now sat out a week and a half of not being able to play golf at a pretty prime time of the year when they want to play golf.
Oh, sure. A full 2 weeks. Absolutely. Yeah. They want tee times on Tuesday. They're like, we'll give you a full day. Take it all down. Let's go.
They tore that place up, and that course looked fantastic, too.
Mm-hmm.
Guys flirting with 59 every day.
Well, Lift Cleveland Place will do that.
Yep.
Soft greens. This just in. These guys are good. But my prediction, and I don't know how many of you care, but a controversial win in NASCAR last night when Austin Dillon just flat wrecked 2 guys on the final lap. And in NASCAR, 16 drivers qualify for the playoffs. But if you win a race, you're automatically in. And Austin Dillon, who won, was in 32nd place. He wasn't going to qualify for the playoffs unless he won a race. And so that's why he did it. And NASCAR now has to decide, okay, will this be the time that we go, okay, all right, now you went a little too far even for us. I mean, Logano's crew chief gave an interview in which he just said, so what are we doing now? Are we going to allow this? And because he said, listen, if this is okay, we're all going to do it.
That's the problem that that lies ahead, because you are much more of a NASCAR aficionado than I am, but he did come from quite a ways back to just drill him in the back. It wasn't the typical bump and run based on the definition of that. This was bump and crash.
It's as far from racing as you can get, and it's really disappointing that NASCAR allows stuff like this to go on. What have we gotten to? Is this not racing anymore? And I know there are just as many diehard NASCAR fans that are going to go, oh, come on. We can't be taking wins away. Well, all right, which is it? We can't be taking wins away, or you can't be intentionally wrecking guys to win a race.
And there's no doubt that it was intentional.
I mean, his spotter is heard yelling, wreck him! Now, just because, I yell something to Mark doesn't mean Mark will do it. But when I yelled wreck him and Mark wrecked him, it's not a good look. You're not with me, though. You don't think they're going to take the win away?
No, I don't. I agree with you that they should. I just don't think that they will. I think the fact that it's Childress Racing, I think the fact that it's the 3-car, all of these things factor in. When's the last Childress hasn't won a race in what, forever?
Well, it had been 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, Austin hadn't won in 2 years.
So I have trouble seeing them taking a win away from Childress Racing. I do.
Fair enough. You know, the 3-car, that was the car, for those that don't know, that Dale Earnhardt made famous.
Want to get to a text we got a while back, David. This may just be as simple as a yes/no question for you, and I'm afraid that it will be. I think you're going to hear the text and go, yes, but I'll read it anyhow. Texter said, heard an interview with Mark Packer, friend of the show from the ACC network. He was asked if you take Miami's roster and put them in a Clemson uniform, how would you rank them? Mark replied, easily number 1 in the ACC and a top 10 team in the nation. And he asked the question, is Mario really the only thing holding this team back?
No. He's not the only thing. But he's seen as the biggest thing. I think the other thing that's holding them back is they haven't done it yet. I mean, this group can't believe, Mark, they haven't done it. They may think they can do it, but they haven't done it. And once again, to me, it goes back to what you and I have been pounding the table about now for 5 months. The significance of August 31st in the Swamp.
For both teams. This game is so big. The seat gets so hot for Napier if the Gators lose. It starts on fire now for the Florida Gators with that schedule that lies ahead. Gators get it. Then you think you're going to beat A&M and you get off to a pretty good start and you take that back end of the schedule and you figure out a way to get a win in the season salvageable.
I will say, if you're a Gator fan, you want to emphasize the positive. It's coming at the expense of a couple of your opponents. Both Texas and Texas A&M have lost their number 1 tailbacks for the year for knee injuries last week in camp, if you will. Now, I will say the Gators have also suffered some injuries. And for what it's worth, Mark, apparently the Gator offensive line does not look good. So, and that, much like the Dolphins, was a unit that needed to be improved. And so far, yeah. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we're 19 days away to Miami coming to town. But you went over Miami's schedule. And when hearing this schedule, I want everybody to put a win next to at Florida. And then tell me how you think this schedule is going to play out.
2 cupcakes in Florida A&M and Ball State. Those are W's. At USF.
So 3-0 going to Tampa.
Right.
They should win.
I might go to that game.
That's in September, isn't it?
No. I'm going to see if I can get press credentials so I can be somewhere where it's cool.
I was going to say.
I'm not going to sit in the stands. What are you, crazy?
Going to say you vowed never to be caught at a football game in Florida before Columbus Day.
No, but I'll see what the rest of the schedule is that day. There's a possibility if I can get press credentials, I'll do that. But if they beat USF, which they will be favored to do so, Va-Tech at home on a Friday night. That's a big one.
It is, and Va-Tech picked to be a top 5 team in the league this year. But think about how we view the Va-Tech game. If Miami has beaten Florida in the Swamp, well, how do you not expect them to go to Tampa and beat South Florida? So they're going to be 4-0 at home. The Hokies, not as good a team as them, has to come to them on a short week.
They should be 4-0, by the way, as well, as long as they beat Rutgers at home.
Well, that's, Rutgers, please, Kirk Herbstreit put Rutgers in the playoffs in the same sentence the other day. I think, he needs to take a nap, spend more time with the dog.
Then they're at Cal. That's obviously a win.
Should be. I mean, Cal's not good, unless the team loses their, and traveling 3,000 miles, but.
Bye week before at Louisville.
Decent. But once again, if Miami has gone to the swamp and beaten Florida, they'll be favored at Louisville, correct?
Yes, they will.
So is that 7-0 hosting the Knolls?
7-0 hosting the Knolls. And then Duke at Georgia Tech, Wake Forest at Syracuse. It's all there for the Canes. It's all in front of them. But they don't have to beat the Gators to reach their expectations, but boy, would it go a long way.
Meanwhile, if they lose to the Gators, then all those games you go, I even wonder if they'll beat South Florida on the road. Well, Virginia Tech could beat them. Okay, so could Louisville.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Adam, I'm with you.
Kay Adams has taken a lot of grief.
What for?
She was at Giants training camp, and basically Daniel Jones was so good looking that she lost her composure. She started stuttering. The lightly bearded Daniel Jones apparently got her, Mark.
Did you see Halliburton's post?
Yeah.
After
Oh my
losing?
God. Incredible.
JP just put out a post. Get your questions in for Baselli, Prisco, and JP Shadrick back for 2024. Pick from last year. Tony more skinny. Pete same height. I'm still bald. That's funny.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to MillerandMoulton.com, sign up. Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's in 8 days, a week from tomorrow night, the 20th, in Fort Myers at the Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops, Shoeless Joe's. It's been remodeled, revamped. It'll be nice to check it out for the first time under the Doubletree label. A week from tomorrow night, go to MillerandMoulton.com. It's the only way that you can sign up and assure your spot. Our poll question concerned what took place at the men's high jump in the Olympics. They were tied, and they could choose how to settle this. Keep jumping or shake hands and they each get a gold. And they said, nah, let's keep jumping. And the gentleman from New Zealand won, and the American took home the silver. Mark said, yeah, I would have kept jumping. And I said, where's your hand? I want to shake it. I want my gold medal. Get me out of here. Wait, give me your hand. Your hand. That Mark.
And in the case of the American, he had already bested his career high.
Right.
So in order for him to essentially win, he was going to have to then best it again.
Right. But he said, come on. No, come on, man. This is how you do it. There's a way, right way to win a gold medal, and this is how you do it. Oh, okay. And for the most part, all day, around 60% of you have said, yeah, I would have kept jumping. I don't know if you would have, but, hey, it's anonymity, and, okay. It's a gold medal,
No, David, you're right. And your points that you make are valid. In the moment, I looked right at my wife. I said, I'd keep jumping.
Did she give her opinion?
No, she was torn because she gets so excited during these games, whoever it doesn't matter where the athlete's from, what they're doing, when they achieve their personal best at the Olympics, that's the thing that gets her most excited, that here they are in the most pressure-packed situation when everything's on the line. To most of these athletes, the Olympics, the pinnacle of what they're doing, and yet they achieve their career best. That for her in and of itself is enough. Like, for instance, I think it was oh, goodness. Was it the 800 in which the American male finished 4th? He ran his career best. It would have been gold in the Tokyo Games. It was 4th at Paris. There's nothing else that runner could have done.
Yeah. Did my best.
Ever, by the way. The best I've ever done. And that's, she hates my philosophy on gold medal. I mean, just despises it.
Come on, tell me you didn't look at her one time and give her a little Dale Earnhardt. Honey, second place is just first loser.
Oh, of course I did.
Okay.
But then I sleep on the couch, and it's not worth it after a while to keep that.
I understand, but it's worth a night, though. That line is worth a night.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always next Saturday. We'll try again, see how it works out.
Right. I mean, sometimes they get lonely, too. So at noon today, the AP poll is coming out. College football season, Florida State, Georgia Tech in 12 days. First full Saturday is 19 days away. So the AP Top 25 poll is coming out at noon today. Now, remember, for the longest time, it was the Top 20 poll. And then 20 wasn't enough. We had to go to 25.
It's a dadgum good point. Had to get more people in the rankings to make more coaches feel good about themselves to finish the season in the top rankings.
Totally.
Others receiving votes doesn't have the same ring to it as top 25.
I mean, once again, we need more bowl games. What does more bowl games do? Keeps more coaches employed. And it's more TV shows. And we need more teams ranked. So, 1936, by the way, first ever AP college football poll. Do you know who the number one team in the country was?
Notre Dame.
That's a good guess. 7th.
Army.
It's a really good guess. 3rd.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm,
you went to the well.
I really did.
Yep.
I don't know what's left after those two in the 30s.
Think Big Ten.
Michigan?
Michigan unranked.
Is it some crazy thing you're going to give me like University of Chicago that was in the Big Ten in the 30s?
No. A current school in the Big Ten.
The Buckeyes?
Unranked.
I'm getting bored guessing. Northwestern.
4th, by the way. 3 of the top 5, actually, technically 4 of the top 6, because USC is now in the Big Ten.
Well, and they'll take it.
So Duke number 2, Army number 3, Northwestern 4, Purdue 5, USC 6, Notre Dame 7. Another Big Ten school, Washington is 8th. Followed by Pitt. And then, we start to get a little funky, little Yale, little Duquesne, little St. Mary's. Then the SEC is like, hey, what about us? LSU, A&M, Nebraska's 15th, Fordham, Holy Cross are in there. Tulane, SMU, Marquette, rounding out the top 20.
But who was number one? Who was number one?
Haven't said it yet.
We're all waiting.
Minnesota.
Probably why the little brown jug was more important back then.
Well, apparently they were kicking what? I mean, Michigan's unranked.
Speaking of Michigan, do you see who their honorary captain is for week 1?
Tell me this isn't the biggest collective middle finger to the NCAA. Now, if we're talking about what is the NCAA going to do to Michigan. Tell me if you're the NCAA, you're like, you know what, blank them, honestly. Let's just stick it to them some more.
We're going to really make them vacate wins now.
Jim Harbaugh is the honorary captain for their opener against Fresno State. That's who they're playing, right, Fresno?
I believe so.
Yeah. Now, if you think about it, there's no other way to get Jim on campus this year. I don't think with his Michigan doesn't go out west, and I
And the
don't
bye
think
weeks don't work.
right. So it's either bring Harbaugh in for the opener as the honorary captain, or he's not going to be around the team in any way, shape, or form this year.
And the Michigan fan loves this. They are all in behind. We won our natty. They're after us. We did. They don't think they did anything wrong. And this has nothing to do with any of the Connor Stallion stuff. This is all recruiting stuff from before that.
Right. This is all the COVID period, 2020, 2021. Right. We haven't even gotten to the cheating yet.
And as I saw a post on X, the Buckeye Nation's going to freak out when the Connor Stallions Netflix documentary comes out, and he's going to say, I did this all on my own.
Well, of course he's going to say that. I mean, come on now. But apparently he was more cooperative with Netflix than he was with the NCAA. No, seriously, though. I mean, come on. Tell me the NCAA. If this is their last breath, Mark, if this is the last thing the NCAA does, tell me they are not going to absolutely stick it to Michigan. If you're the NCAA, you sure you're not going after the Natty now?
I don't think they can. What they can't take away a title they have nothing to do with.
If they take away the wins from the season, how can you allow the team that doesn't have any regular season wins to win the national championship?
That's for the college football playoff committee. You're trying to force their hand.
I'm just saying, though, if you're the NCAA with what's going on here, tell me this doesn't even give you more motivation to stick it to them.
Absolutely. 100%. Michigan has stuck their chest out and said, I dare you.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's your last non-travel week, isn't it, David?
Well,
or do you not have a week 0 game?
I don't have a week 0 game. So, and actually, I travel to go see my mom for her birthday. So week 0 will be my last, even though I have 2 day trips to Fort Myers, but yeah. But week 0 will be the last weekend that I'm not traveling.
You know, that is an interesting question. When you're here, how do I get you on camera? Huh.
Will I have to, how about bring my laptop and we just use it for the video?
Yeah. Bring your laptop. Exactly.
Okay.
That's a great call, David. That is a great call.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. It's the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote in our poll question. How would you have decided the men's high jump? Would you have done the jump off for the gold, or would you have taken the tie for the gold and shook hands and bring that medal home? So there you go. That's our poll question. Matt Kuchar finished up his round. You'll love this, Mark. This, I think, By the way, could play have been any slower yesterday?
Well, the guy that won it is a human rain delay.
Oh my goodness! First
And they
off,
tried to be nice and kept saying how deliberate he was and kept going through his process. It's like, no, I'm not. And Nance even one time, so I'm not trying to say he's slow. No, Jim, as a matter of fact, you said he's slow 6 different ways. You're just not saying he's slow. And I understand that you can't say that because you're the lead broadcaster for golf, but he's slow.
actually, if anybody could say it, it is Jim Nance. What can't Jim Nance say? He's the voice of golf.
I got you, but Nance doesn't do that.
I know. But at some
You're
point,
right that he could.
there's nothing Jim Nance couldn't get away with saying. If Jim Nance decided, you know what, I just got to get this off my test. The PGA Tour has a slow play problem. They got to pick up the pace. Baseball added a pitch clock. The LPGA is really clamped down on slow play. The PGA Tour needs to pick this up. This is a TV show. Okay, we can't even get off the air by 8 o'clock because of you slow pokes. I mean, we agreed to cover this to the end, but only to a certain point, okay?
God, I love primetime golf.
So does the PGA Tour, I think.
Yes, they do.
But Kuchar finished up. So for those that into golf, anyway, he hooks it into the left rough. A bunch of trees. He's got no shot. Oh, no, Mark. No, apparently Kuchar called the rules official over and said, well, how can I hit this? That scoreboard's in my way. And Mark, he dropped 30 yards to the left in the other fairway. Listen, these guys are already the best in the world. They get the most ridiculous rulings on their behalf. I mean, rulings we wouldn't get in any match that we play on our local muni or country club. Seriously. Come on now.
Speaking of a guy that always likes to get rulings, did you see the video of DeChambeau going tin cup and playing the par 3 with garden tools?
What did he use? A shovel?
Used a shovel and a I don't even know what
Was
a
it
mallet.
a hoe?
Like
What
a
was
mallet.
it? Mallet, right.
To
putt?
Putt. And he made a 9. And he's like, I've got the utmost respect for tin cup now.
Listen, he has used social media to rehab his image in a huge way. Speaking of which, did you see the LIV suspension?
Yes.
For drug use?
Right.
Graham McDowell. Apparently, there's something in Vicks Vapor Rub, okay, that caused him to fail a drug test. And the LIV said, hey, we don't pull any punches, man.
You're suspended a week.
Yeah. So he can't play in this week's event. And he's like, I'll see you in Chicago or wherever the next one is.
That is where the next one is.
And so, and not only that, the event that he was in where he apparently failed the test, they took his money back. They took the team points back. I mean, it affected 3 other guys.
All for Vicks Vapor Rub.
Vicks Vapor Rub. What the heck is in Vicks Vapor Rub?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1833 today. The town of Chicago is incorporated. At the time, population 350. Ford Motor Company builds its first Model T car, which Henry Ford first tested on a hunting trip to Wisconsin and northern Michigan in 1908. We jump all the way to 1973. Jack wins his 3rd of 5 PGAs. Believe it also set the record for most majors at that point.
Okay.
Sad day today in 1978. Darryl Stingley suffered a spinal cord injury on the hit from Tatum. 1994, MLBPA goes on strike, leading to the cancellation for the World Series for only the 2nd time. Tiger wins his 4th PGA in 2007. Rory wins the PGA by 8 today in 2012 at Kiowa. And Brooks wins his 2nd major of the year, winning the PGA today in 2018. George McGinnis and Miss Cleo would have had birthdays today if they were still with us. George Hamilton is 85, and I'm guessing very tan. Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits is 75. Sir Mix-a-Lot is 61. Pete Sampras is 53, and Casey Affleck is 49. You know, he used to be the other Affleck. Isn't he the normal one now?
Yeah. Yeah, listen, Affleck's friendship with Matt Damon, I think, saves him. Because people really like Matt Damon, and they go, well, they're best friends. How bad can he be? And then when you start bringing up all the evidence as to, they go, yeah, but, you know, he's Matt Damon's best friend. I'll tell you what, he pokes fun at himself. If he didn't, he'd be done.
Absolutely. It's a great point. What did I miss, David?
You know what? Nothing worth mentioning, to be honest.
It was not a big day in the history of of the world, basically.
No.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Immokalee for the good, where the Lippman Family Farms 14th annual backpack giveaway was a huge success. The Lippman Family Farms gave out 350 bikes, 1,800 backpacks, 200 pairs of shoes, 400 $50 Walmart gift cards, and school supplies, plus free haircuts. Good job. For the bad, we'll go to Lee County, where David Cropper was about to be stopped for a modified exhaust at Colonial and Metro. He took off, fled police doing a $130 on US 41. Blacked out his lights and traveled through major intersections at more than 100 miles per hour. He was later spotted by Florida Highway Patrol, where they apprehended the 20-year-old. Apparently, this isn't the first time he was caught driving reckless. Back in March, he was arrested for racing a Tesla on Alico Road. He posted a picture on social media saying, "They didn't catch me this time." His speedometer was maxed out at 160. And finally, the ugly. We go to Lake Erie, where a Facebook video posted a 4 to 5 foot long alligator swimming in Lake Erie.
What the heck?
Right, that's the Great Lakes. An alligator. The Erie Port Authority is on hunt for the reptile. They say they are taking this very seriously and being very, very diligent just to make sure we are keeping everyone safe. Trisha Volz, host of the Erie Reptile Expo, said the gator is likely a pet that was abandoned by his owner. Who wants a pet alligator?
It seems risky.
It seems stupid. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 12th, 2024.
11 games in Major League Baseball. Rays in action tonight. They're hosting Houston. Marlins are off. The two series that have playoff implications. I mean, first off, Mark, with everything that's happened in the National League, the Dodgers and Phillies are tied for the best record, and Milwaukee is a game and a half behind them. So the three teams in the National League leading their divisions are only separated by a game and a half. Dodgers at Brewers to begin a series tonight. And LA's lead in the West is down to 3.5, 4 in the loss column. Milwaukee's kind of cruising in the Central. They're up 7.5, 8 in the loss column. Braves, who, man, are they struggling. All right.
This is the game of the night, by the way.
In San Francisco, take on the Giants. Braves have a 1.5 game lead on the Giants, albeit 3 in the loss column. This is kind of like the Red Sox Royals in reverse from a little over a week ago. So if you're the Giants, you're thinking, well, if we take 2 out of 3 in this series, we'll be a half game out of the playoffs.
Chris Sale and Snell going at it with one another tonight. To me, that's far and away the game of the night in baseball.
Well, Chris Sale, former number 1 pitcher. And what do number 1s do, Mark? You suffer a heartbreaking loss, like give up 7 in the 8th to lose 9-8 the night before. You're really scuffling. What do aces do, Mark?
They win when you're scuffling.
When you need a W, they say, give me the damn ball.
And that's the way he throws. So I'm interested in that game tonight. It's too late for me to watch, but I'm interested. It'll be the first score I check when I wake up in the morning.
Meanwhile, Blake Snell's been the best pitcher in baseball for the last month.
And it's in San Francisco, where runs are a premium in any game, let alone with 2 aces going at it. So I anticipate a 2-1, 3-2 game.
Tied in the East. Guardians won the last 2 of their series with the Twins, so they're 3.5 up, 3 in the loss column, 4 on the Royals, and tied in the West in the American League. I mean, this is how you confront me when I go, we should really split the seasons in half. And you go, really, Yahoo? We got 4 of the 6 division races decided by 3 or less games in the loss column. Shut up.
Phillies and the Brewers, the only ones running away with it right now in Major League Baseball.
Both up 7.5. So wild card races are tight as well, although tough half week here for the Red Sox. They lost the last game of the series in Kansas City and then got swept at home by Houston. And suddenly Boston looks up and they're like, oh, snap. We're 3 behind the Royals. Huh. We were like ahead of them just the other day.
Well, and with the way the Diamondbacks and the Padres have been playing, obviously it put the Braves in the 6th spot, and the Braves and Mets, who were in a much better spot a few weeks ago. But the way the Padres and D-backs have been playing, that has changed the National League wild card quite a bit as well.
Well, yeah, because they're now tied. They're 4 and 5 in whatever order you want because they're tied. And the Braves, who we all thought were going to be the 4 seed, you look at the Braves right now, they're 4 back of Arizona and San Diego.
Still don't know if I'm the 3 seed if I want the Braves in the first round.
I hear you. I hear you. Sale, Fried, and whoever else in a short series. Never mind that lineup, which is underachieved. But if they get there, look out. So anyway, baseball tonight. Otherwise, MLS has got another week and a half till they're back playing. WNBA, I don't think resumes until the latter part of this week.
Had a few people text the show today, say didn't watch any of the women's basketball, but are excited for the WNBA to return. The fact that we got texts that said that blow me away. The Caitlin Clark effect is in full effect in the sports world.
Did you see Aaron Boone? So the Yankees played a makeup doubleheader on Saturday. I think they were hosting Texas this weekend. And they had like a 1 o'clock and a 4 o'clock game. And so Caitlin Clark and her boyfriend went to Yankee Stadium, and they got field passes and what have you. And they even, went into the locker room and the clubhouse and got to meet the Yankees. And Boone, in between games, was interviewed and said, hey, did you get to meet Caitlin Clark? And he gushed, and he said, she's a star. She's got magnetism. He goes, we're the Yankees. We're kind of a big deal. And guys were giddy, kind of like, hey, I got my picture taken with Caitlin Clark.
We've come a long way when it comes to women's sports, David. We really have. Probably still a ways to go, but we've come a long way. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your Monday. We'll do this all over again tomorrow. Thanks so much for listening. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.